And here we are. Welcome back to the Redshirt Sophomore, where we never set out. We are your hosts, MD and CD. Today, yeah, you guessed it, another set of previews today. Today, we talk about the ACC. A conference that, I am very high on. Last year, we were high on the Big 12, or I was on the Pac 12 on the show. That panned out pretty good. The year before, you and I were both high on the Big 12. That turned out to pan out pretty well. This is a conference that I personally, and see, we'll get into it when I talk to you, that I'm explicitly high on the ACC. I think there's high level quarterback play. I think there's solid defenses, and I think there's some favorable out of conference spots where teams can get some guys.
Yeah, I think there's definitely been an improved level of play the last couple of years from just the surrounding casts in the ACC, and that trend is definitely continuing this year. You're looking at multiple playoff contenders. Which when was the last time you've seen that in the ACC? And now you have a chance too with multi bids, a possibility for each league. So we'll see at the ACC. I know they're trying to get two, maybe even three if they get lucky with those teams at the top. But then you got some teams lurking too that want to get their shot at the ACC title game and ultimately at the playoffs as well.
Of course, as always, we ask guys, these preview episodes, when I say we put in like hundreds of hours into these, like we legitimately put hundreds of hours into these, from production, from doing the 100 hours of research to uh recording these 5 hour sessions of yeah, there are plenty of hours that are put into this. So we would appreciate you guys if you guys like the video, right? And consider subscribing. If you want to be with us, first of all, check out our other previews if you haven't checked those out either, for the Big 10, SEC, and Big 12. This is our last one of the conferences that we're doing. Go check those out, man, and be sure to subscribe if you're here for that and you want to be here for our previews, for betting, for everything college football, right? This is one place to be. This is one place to be. I'm not saying it's the only place you have to be. This is a place you should be, though. So we appreciate y'all so much. We've been growing like crazy in the month of August. Thanks to you guys. We appreciate you guys liking and subscribing. So thank you so much. CD, just ready to get into it?
Let's do it.
Boston College is a team that very much intrigues me. They hired Bill O'Brien. Like, that is a really good hire. Like, I don't think people understand. Like, yeah, he had his things at Penn State and he did awesome, right? And some people say the sample size wasn't big enough. I thought that was plenty to know that he is a great coach, basically pumping oxygen into that program from basically in a dead spot that it was, and giving it life. Sure, he didn't work out as a GM in the NFL. Not many guys can make it work being a GM and a head coach. There's really only one other guy that was able to do that successfully in the
And
last
it
25
struggled
years.
too. And yeah, and Bill Belichick, you saw the end of it happen too. But
So,
plus, O'Brien gets a lot of hate for the Alabama stuff too. I mean, he
what
won
are
a
we
damn
talking about?
Heisman Trophy. He won a damn Heisman Trophy.
The first
I
Heisman
get
Trophy
it.
winning quarterback in Alabama history, by the way,
Listen,
led by Bill O'Brien.
those losses were not on the offense, right? You saw it. I mean, Georgia, you gave a ton of points. A&M, you just were in a crazy hostile environment. LSU, you lost to, future Heisman Trophy winner Jaden Daniels. In Tennessee, you lost to a potential Heisman Trophy winner in Hendon Hooker if he had stayed healthy. It's not quite on the offense for Bill O'Brien. And by the way, if it tells you, oh yeah, this guy's respected still in college football, Ryan Day wanted him to call plays in his season that they are going all in to win a national title for. This is a fantastic get for Boston College fans. I hope they're super excited about it because, I mean, you lose a guy like Jeff Hafley who did some good things for you, right? But he was also kind of trending kind of on his way out. And you, dare I say, upgrade, but at least restart the clock on what you can be as a program and this coach and building back up to contenders in the ACC.
I think this is a better team than they were last year. And now last year they benefited from schedule, right? And they made a bowl game, okay, and they did beat SMU, without Preston Stone, in an absolute slop fest. All right. But this is a much improved team from last year. Even if they don't win 6 games and make a bowl game, right? This is a much improved team from last year, and I'm excited to see it. Let's talk about first the quarterback room. Tommy Castellanos. I mean, just electrifying, right? Well, I was about to say every way, but maybe not throwing the ball necessarily, but he's electrifying with his legs. Okay, and look, if you watch that offense last year, like Sure, they did produce down the stretch, and it was necessary to make that switch to Tommy Castellanos. But like literally, like their offense thrived in like broken plays and Tommy Castellanos just getting out of there, getting loose, getting out of the structure of the actual play. Like I didn't feel like he was actually part of an offense that, one, I mean, it benefited him because he was able to like just get outside and, make plays with his legs. But it'll be interesting because Bill O'Brien is very pocket passer friendly as a coach. And I don't know if he's going to change Tommy Castellanos in that sense, if he's going to use Tommy Castellanos with his legs. I don't know what that's going to look like. And, part of me is really excited about it, but part of me is also really nervous for that. I don't know how Tommy Castellanos is going to mesh with Bill O'Brien in his offense.
I wouldn't be surprised to see some kind of transition early in the season, right? I mean, Florida State in week 1, Missouri week 3, like those are going to be tough games no matter what. But you're hoping by week 4, right? And we'll get into the schedule eventually, that you can start getting into things in the feel of your offense, especially if you are asking Tommy Castellanos to change what he's been successful at. Now, Bill O'Brien's a smart guy, right? Will Lawing, he brings over, who's been with Bill O'Brien forever, it seems like, back to his Penn State days. Was with him in Houston, was with him at Alabama as well. Was with the Patriots this past season. So he knows what Bill O'Brien wants. I think and there'll be a good voice in the room as well for Castellanos to develop and continue to do what he does so well. I mean, apparently he's improving a lot. Apparently, the signs are that there's some growing pains, obviously, but it sounds like he wants to be better throwing the ball. He knows he has to be better. A 57 grade passing grade is not ideal for your starting quarterback, but you can make up for it with an 80+ running grade. And so if you can somewhere meet in the middle there with that passing grade and improved, consistency down to down, which I think what Bill O'Brien really looks for. You heard a lot of steam about Grayson James potentially being able to come in there and, you know, kind of be more of that pocket passer, pro style quarterback that Bill O'Brien came once in his program. But yeah, it's Tommy Castellanos' team. It might even be Jacoby Robinson might even be the backup. It sounds like he's playing well in practice as well. But regardless, though, it's Tommy Castellanos or die. And listen, if you're a Boston College fan, I think you like that. I think he is fun to watch, and you're gonna go down the swing with him. I mean, yeah, he was so good. 1,100 yards on the ground, and you bring in a couple running backs too. So I wonder if they're going to lean into it in year 1. And you got Matt Applebaum as the O-line coach, who we'll talk about. It could be that could be more of your kind of play style, is just to lean into the physicality, the running game, especially against teams that you're going to be competing with.
Well, let's talk about more of the running back game. Let's talk about the running game. Let's talk about the running backs because I think they're pretty good, at least in your top two, right? I do like McDonald. I like Kai Robichaud a lot. I love Trayshawn. Love Trayshawn. I don't know who's gonna ultimately like lead the team in carries. Um, Robichaud obviously was there before, but Trayshawn Ward definitely gives you a different dimension to that offense and has experience starting at the Power Five level. Well, I guess not starting, but playing a backup role. He played in the ACC at Florida State, played at Kansas State, significant amount of snaps. I think he's really good. Okay. I think both of those guys could definitely see significant time. I don't know if it's going to be like they're going to split equally these carries or it's going to be kind of a momentum thing during the course of the season. But I like those guys. I also like Jordan McDonald. I mean, originally from UCF. I think he's a solid junior. I know Alex Broom originally was the backup for Kai Robichaud last year. I don't know. Is he hurt right now? Is that what's going on?
It sounds like he's still banged up. We'll see what happens when we get closer to week 1.
But another guy that has experience in this, not this offense, but at a Power Five level. So I think you got four guys if Broom is healthy that you can kind of depend on in that running back room. Right? I don't dislike this running back room at all.
No, you feel pretty good about that, especially, whether it is 1A, 1B, or an actual 1 and 2 rotation there where you lead back. It's just going to be about find, like you said, momentum, matchups, riding the hot hand. I trust Bill O'Brien and what they can do and just making sure that they've got the best 11 on the field, whatever it may be. I would love 2 backfield sets. I don't know why teams don't do it more in college football. You don't see it a ton. You really don't. You look around in college football and you see a lot of deep running back rooms. And I wonder if it's just because you're taking off a wide receiver away. You're kind of giving away. Maybe you might run the football, but
I think you're
I mean,
giving
with
up. I think you're giving up a dimension potentially of stretching the field, but it's like people still run 12 personnel. I don't know.
it's not. Is it that much crazier? And it would be fun to watch Castellanos, Ward, and Robert number 5 there. To all three in the backfield, just pick your poison there because all three have had a lot of success at the Power 5 level. But yeah, that wide receiver room, it's totally not totally, but kind of revamped. I mean, at the top, especially with Jaron Bradley, and he was a guy we were super high on just a year ago because he did flash so well as a freshman. And at 6'5", 220, you were hoping he was just going to build on that momentum at Texas Tech, and he just really didn't. He never clicked. They kind of had an in and out quarterback situation there where Shuck got hurt, and then the backup got hurt as well while he was in there. He kind of had to play injured, Baron Morton. So a lot of those Texas Tech receivers kind of went elsewhere and maybe more so forgotten. But Jaron Bradley's a really talented player. I mean, he went to high school actually with the back quarterback Grayson. Grayson James, which is an interesting note there. But he's a guy that can go up and win 50-50 balls, right? And it might play well if you're a quarterback who struggles to push the ball down the field, or maybe with accuracy or reads, whatever it may be, and you have a big body like that to just go up and get the football. I think it could pair well with Castellanos. So heads up to that staff to go out there and get a guy like Bradley if they are trying to improve, Castellanos's passing.
Well, yeah, it's such a bummer that didn't work out there. I mean, 70 targets, only 36 receptions. Clearly, there was something wrong there. The average depth of target was well over 12 yards. So that tells you like how they like to utilize Jaron Bradley at Texas Tech, and I think that's kind of how you want to use him. Having that big body down the field feels like they have a couple different kinds of those bodies in that room. If Joseph Griffin is healthy, right? I definitely think he kind of is that big body tight end converted to wide receiver. Jaden Skeet is an interesting guy as well that I think they talked about. I know he's just a true sophomore, but I know that he still played a decent amount last year. He's a guy that they're pretty excited about being young. McGowan coming over from Vanderbilt, I kind of see him more as a gadget guy. I don't know if they'll use him like that. I mean, they could use him in a more traditional slot role, but pretty speedy guy. I just feel like he's more of kind of your gadget player. You're coming in certain packages, certain personnel, finding creative ways, I guess, to get him the ball. But I do feel really good about Bill O'Brien finding ways to get Jaron Bradley the ball. Now, the question is, like, are you going to be able to take advantage of that with Tommy Castellanos throwing the ball? Like, is he going to be able to throw accurate deep balls to give Jaron Bradley a chance at them? I don't know the answer to that. I really don't. I'd like to think that it would happen because I happen to love Tommy Castellanos. I happen to love Jaron Bradley. And I happen to be really high on this Boston College team. I think this offense is going to work the way Bill O'Brien wants it to work. That connection needs to be there. If it's not there, then Bill O'Brien's going to have to get creative, and he's going to have to use Castellanos' legs. He's going to have to run the ball effectively. It'll be really, really interesting. I think it's going to be a really challenging coaching job for this offense for Bill O'Brien, but I think he can do it. I'm a little bit I don't want to be haste and say let's not be hasty and say that this is going to be a really, really, really great passing attack, when we haven't really seen it from Tommy Castellanos. But I think the pieces are there for sure to potentially be effective.
Well, yeah, and Loose Bond too. I don't know if you mentioned him, but he's a really nice compliment to Jaron Bradley, being a little bit smaller, a little bit easier in the short and intermediate passing games where you can get a guy like Castellanos in rhythm and making short and easy complete throws, or a guy like Bond, even McGowan you mentioned, can go run after the catch as well and really kind of get him into the rhythm and the flow of that football game. So then you can take deep shots to guys like Bradley and Skeet as well. That tight end room is interesting. I mean, you bring over Kamari Morales, who, by the way, yeah, I mean, that's a really loaded room there, a very loaded tight end room in the ACC at UNC. So he comes over, gives you kind of a veteran presence, just, a solid player. Nothing special, but obviously, definitely, an average to above average type player in the ACC at the tight end position, which, by the way, a tight end position, that's kind of all you're asking for. Like, just don't be a weak spot too. Anything else is just plus and gravy. But Morales and Franklin are kind of going to duo that. And it should be interesting to see how hopefully they can give Castellanos some kind of help too as well in the passing game, similar to Bradley, where it's big body targets, high catch radiuses, hopefully easy completions as well to get him into the flow and rhythm of things. And we'll see what Bill O'Brien and Long can draw up for him.
So I think you got everything. I think you covered everything that tight end room. The offensive line, I know you lose Hergel and Mahogany. I still think that this can be a good. I don't think it's going to be better than last year's offensive line, because how can it be when you lose two NFL guards like that? But I do think you have some decent pieces on here, and more than anything, experienced. Like I look at guys like Jack Conley. I look at Kevin Klein. Those are guys that have played meaningful snaps, particularly in that 2022 year where stuff just fell apart on that offensive line injury wise. They were playing in those moments, so they're ready to go. But who knows who if both or either one of those guys um are even going to start. Logan Taylor, Ozzy Trupolo, I think decent tackles. Drew Kendall, I like a lot at center. I think you
Well,
got
I
some
think,
pieces here. Is Klein
yeah,
gone?
so no, I think Logan
Yeah.
Taylor might be moving down to guard, which would be really good because sometimes he just didn't look like he quite belonged, on the ACC football field at left tackle, which is by the way probably the toughest position to play at. And so they bring up Jude Bowery, a younger kid that they're excited about. That's had his injury issues, but he's just a really good athlete there, and I know that they're excited behind him. Applebaum is excited about him to step into that role, and I think Taylor gives them a good presence at left guard. Trapilo, I like a lot. I mean, he was always a second team kind of guy. Big dude, 6'8", 313, former four-star recruit. His father was an All-American at Boston College. Really, really nice piece. And if Bowery can be that guy, can be healthy and as active as they think he will be. Yes, obviously, Hergel, Mahogany, those guys are really good players. But, I mean, like you said, there's a lot of experience behind them. You're bringing in fourth and fifth and sixth-year guys to come up in front of them. And that's where you want to be. You want to be old, get old and stay old at the offensive line, right?
Yeah, Jack Funk is a personal or versatile piece that they can move around as well. Like that's 8 guys. That's 8 guys, which I don't know if Boston College can say every year that they feel good about like 8 guys on this offensive line, with guys with various positional versatility. So I'm okay with this offensive line. I don't feel like it's gonna be bad. I feel like you might have a more effective true running game than you have in the last couple of years. I know that their rushing stats were actually pretty good last year. I think a lot of that was Tommy Castellanos, those. So, that inflates that a little bit. But yeah, I think this offense is really going to come down to like, what is Bill O'Brien going to adapt to the talent that he has at the quarterback position, or is he going to force Tommy Castellanos to adapt to him?
Yeah.
And does either way work? Right. So
Yeah.
I'm very, very interested to see what happens there.
Yeah, I would be remiss if I didn't mention this too. We did talk about Mahogany and Hergel. Those are two guys that yes, we think that they can replace, but also in the interiors, kind of not where you want to be weak with Castellanos. He's athletic enough to move around. If there are edge rushers chasing him, that interior pressure, he's only 5'10", and we talked about that with short quarterbacks in college football, where if you're getting interior pressure, that makes it a lot harder to stand in there and make a read to make a good football throw. So I guess we'll see how that goes along. Definitely something to monitor, early in the season. I mean, we'll see how Florida State does, although their interior defense line is something I'm personally interested to see, replacing a couple good guys there to the NFL. So we'll see how they held up, we'll know early on Monday, right? Which will be nice.
This defense, I mean, in the front seven, I mean, it's as experienced as it gets, you know? You got a lot of guys that have had a lot of snaps in college football in that front seven. You've had a lot of guys that have had very effective snaps in that sense. And you know what? And I'm looking at this. I was looking at this defensive line, and I'm looking at some of these pressure stats, and I'm like, okay, these guys got a lot of pressures. But then, there's a flashing red uh indicator on my stats page on my Excel sheet that says sacks, that they finished last in number of sacks per game as a defense. And I'm like, how is that possible? And you look, and they were getting pressure on the quarterback. They just were not able to get those sacks. So do some of those sacks turn into, or sorry, does some of those pressures turn into sacks this year? I have to believe there's some sort of regression there that we're going to see in that front seven. And I think that they're going to be able to get to the quarterback this year. I really do.
I'm with you, and that is the key. I mean, with Jeff Hafley gone to the Packers, it's nice that he, new defense coordinator, Tim Lewis is welcoming just about everybody back on that D line. And it starts with Ezerico. I mean, he's kind of really, really good. And yes, the sacks weren't there, but he forced a couple fumbles. He did some nice things. They're bringing back a lot, a lot. I mean, you're looking at 1,300 snaps at the edge position. You're looking at almost 1,000 snaps interiorly, plus a guy like Seth McConnell coming over from Illinois, who's looking really, really good in practice. A guy that sat behind a couple NFL players in front of him at Illinois. Right, so that's really, really exciting. And also similarly to your offensive line, you are old. Your starters are going to be fourth and fifth and 6-year guys. And that's a great thing to be if you are Boston College. It'll be interesting to see how the young guys, I'm hoping for a guy like Edwin Kolanji and Gilbert Pangrogu, hoping that they can be a little bit more consistent and really help with that depth and maybe also develop into those pass rushers that do finish at the quarterback. So we'll see what happens. Obviously excited. Something I'll be keeping my eye on for sure is the trenches of this team, not only on the offensive line, but also defensive line as well, because that's where it's won in college football. And to be a first-year head coach and Bill O'Brien, and you've got a lot of experience returning on both the offensive and defensive line. That's a really, really nice thing to have. And especially I look at their win total, I'm like 4.5. I more so I think a lot of that's due to that schedule. As we mentioned that we're pretty high on them this year. But it'll be about, how do those young guys develop behind them? How are these guys developing year over year? Are they going to improve like we think they are? How are they flashing in practice, et cetera, et cetera?
In the linebacker room, the Pullman was not very good. Sorry, Boston College fans. He was not very good. Okay. Like, by losing his snaps, and he played like 679 snaps. I feel like you can make up for that in the aggregate pretty easily. Cam Arnold is a really good football player. I happen to like him a lot. You got Blackwell and Crouch that I think in the aggregate, I think those guys are going to make up for whatever snaps you lose with the Palma. I don't think the Palma was good at all. I really don't. I don't know if Boston College fans are going to get triggered by me saying that, but I don't think he was very good. There's like a report that I'm reading right now, and it starts with Vinny DePalma is a big loss at middle linebacker, and they didn't really make an obvious move to replace him. It's because I think they feel good about letting him go because like he was not very good in my opinion.
No, and I think the depth there is pretty solid this year. Um, Sione Hala is an interesting guy. I mean, he's a guy that I think is moving from safety down into linebacker. It sounds like he's making plays. He's a physical guy as well, good mover. Obviously, athleticism comes from that safety position. And then Owen McGowan, too. A couple of, third and fourth year guys in your two to three deeps, playing well in camp. That's a great thing to be at. Great thing to pair with a legit all ACC type guy in Cam Arnold.
Yeah, I think they got plenty of stuff there. Again, that front seven could be really good
Mhm.
for their standards. I think they got a really good chance to get pressure on the quarterback, and let those linebackers make some really nice plays. The secondary is where you have a lot more questions, right? But I think there's still optimism there, right? When I look at Amari Jackson, when I look at a player like Amari Jackson, all right, it's very, very good plays at times. And I say at times because there were also other times where he was not very effective at corner, right? And you lose Elijah Jones at your other cornerback position, and he was kind of a game changer at that position, right? He was very highly drafted in the NFL draft. He was a lockdown corner on
And
one
five
side.
interceptions, too.
He was really, really good. And do you make up that in the aggregate with Jalen Cheek? right? Are you asking Max Tucker to come back out there, a guy that also had some high highs, but low lows? I think the ceiling of this room is really high because I think you've seen list flashes of some of these players like look really good on tape, and just I worry a little bit about the cornerback position specifically because, and here's why, and we're going to talk about this. I think the ACC has a very underrated group of quarterbacks, very, very, very underrated group of quarterbacks in that conference. And in your out of conference, you also play Missouri, who is a very talented quarterback, Michigan State, who may be lacking in other deficits, but also has a really good quarterback. And Western Kentucky is another one who has a decent quarterback in TJ Finley. So you are playing some really good quarterbacks this year, with the exception, I guess, of a couple games. But the secondary, specifically at the cornerback position, worries me a little bit for sure.
Yeah, I'm with you there. To me, I look at where is the playmaking going to come on this defense? I mean, you lost the 5 interceptions from Elijah Jones. We didn't have the sack production we wanted last year. Where are we going to be at? Because it's hard enough to play defense in college football, but it's hard enough when you're not causing negative plays, causing turnovers in especially in that secondary. And yes, you mentioned the talent is absolutely there. I do also wonder if it's going to help a guy like Amar Jackson because Jones was so good. And so maybe a lot of offenses were scheming up things against Jackson because they knew if you're going to test Jones, you better bring it because he's bringing it as well. It'll be interesting. It'll be really interesting. At safety, Cole Batson's coming back. He's a solid guy. 37 tackles last year, interception, forced fumble. Graded out okay, just about average, which is, fine, but I do think your safeties, if your corners are getting, a little bit tested, you want your safeties to be very experienced. You want them to be in the right spots and be able to cover some ground. If your corners do get in some tricky spots, we'll see if it happens. Is Cam Martinez going to step up?
Yeah, I don't
I mean,
know.
he didn't roll in spring. You're kind of seeing that KP Price is there as well. So it'll be interesting. Definitely something I'm monitoring because this front seven is something that we both said we're super high on. And I think that will help take some pressure off the secondary in general, but it can't just be a glaring weak spot. You know what I mean? And let us know in the comments section, Boston College fans, if we're not seeing something, if there's a lot of talk and buzz around certain guys stepping up, that may be stepping up a year early than we expected them to. Let us know because we'd love to hear that because that is actually a very, very important spot on this team because it could lead to a couple wins and unfortunately a couple losses as well.
Yeah, I mean they took more transfers at this position than any other position, so that right there tells me that there was a problem that they were trying to fix. The only other position where they took 3 transfers was wide receiver, and I feel really good about I feel good about one of the wide receivers that they brought in for sure. But yeah, look, anytime you get cornerback transfers from Ohio State, you're gonna think that they could play at a pretty decent level, at a replacement level at least for Boston College
Yeah.
standards, absolutely. But I haven't seen it. I haven't seen these guys are young. Well, Cameron Martinez is not really, but neither
It's
of them
more
played a whole lot
inexperience.
last year. It's more about, yes, correct, the experience. Cam Martinez played more than Ryan Turner, but we're just gonna have to see how it all shakes out in that secondary. And we've just named a bunch of guys, right? There are a lot of pieces here in this room. It's just, are they going to come together the way that it needs to be, right? Is it going to complement that really good, really effective front seven? And here's another thing, too. If you were having trouble getting to the quarterback last year, all right, what's going to happen when guys are getting open,
Yep.
pretty
Great
early,
point.
pretty early in their outbreaks? Like, are you still going to have this problem? I like to think no, because I feel like that's just has to be some sort of outlier. I like they were feels like they were getting to the quarterback, they just weren't bringing them down with the ball. So I want to think that even with some of the deficiencies in the secondary, they can still get to the quarterback. Because that's a great way to hide a negative secondary is to get to the quarterback and put pressure on them. We're just gonna have to see. All right, we're just gonna have to see. In terms of the schedule, okay, like we talked about, there's some good quarterbacks on the schedule, right? The out of conference I think is pretty tough. But we'll start with FSU at FSU week 1. Okay, that's a tough game. Duquesne at home. Missouri week 3 on the road. Michigan State, you get them at home. I like them in that spot. But again, they play Aiden Childs, a talented quarterback. Western Kentucky at home. Virginia on the road week 6. Then you get a bye. Then you have Virginia Tech on the road week 8, Louisville at home week 9, a bye week, Syracuse at home week 11, SMU on the road week 12, UNC at home week 13, and then Pitt at home week 14. If you're looking at the win totals, whatever site you're looking at, it's probably 4.5. It's heavily juiced to the over, but you have to go with it, man. I mean, like, there's no other play. I cannot justify taking an under with the amount of pieces that they have in that offense and the returning production in that front seven. And even with this schedule, like, I like them with against Pitt at home. I like them against Michigan State at home. I like them against Duquesne. I like them against Western Kentucky at home. I like them against SMU. I like them against, like, Louisville and UNC are games that they can win, especially considering that they're at home. Traveling to Blacksburg is really tough. FSU on the road is tough. Virginia, I think, might be a little bit better this year than they were last year, and that game's on the road, so it could be interesting. It's right before a bye after a long stretch of games. Syracuse at home is a winnable game. Like, I think this team can definitely win 5 games. Are they going to win 6? I don't know. I really don't know, and I don't think that's a failure if Boston College doesn't make a bowl game in year 1. Bill O'Brien, when, by the way, he doesn't have the type of quarterback that he traditionally works with on his offense. I still think there's enough pieces here where the over 4.5 is absolutely the play. If you were to hold the gun to my head, make me take over under 4.5, I have to. There's no justification to take the under, I think.
Yeah, I'm with you on the over. I'm not gonna quite play it in terms of putting money behind it, but listen, I like it. I definitely lean the over if I had to choose. To me, what worries me is the schedule at the beginning. It's tough. I mean, you read it, like at Florida State, at Missouri, weeks 1 and week 3. That's tough. Those are two top 15 teams right now, and at this point in Bill O'Brien's tenure, like those are just not wins. Games are going to be within 10 points, 2 touchdown favorites of. So it could be one of the situations where people kind of forget about Boston College early on because they're getting blown out in a couple games if it happens, whatever. But then you got Michigan State week 4, and that is a crucial game, even though it's out of conference. I still think to right the ship, that game is so important. You get back to 2-2, and then you can go on a little run here with Western Kentucky and Virginia, and then you get to your bye week and you're 4-2, and you're feeling really good. And it's just about, they say, you're betting the over. It's just about one more win after that. But November looks like a fun month for you. And UNC week 13, late in November. How is Boston going to look? How is Massachusetts going to feel for a team like UNC, especially if they're struggling as an offensive line to gel and whatnot, and you can really impose your will on the offensive and defensive lines in that game. It's totally a game that's winnable for Boston College. Yeah, I'm with you on the over. We like this team. We like this future of Bill O'Brien there. And Castellanos, man, he's a fun watch. He is a fun watch. I highly recommend. Obviously, if you're watching this video, you're probably gonna be watching a bunch of Boston College, you know, bunch of Boston colleges this year. I'm so sorry, but yeah, we enjoy watching Castellanos and the rest of Boston College.
Let's head over. I think Justin Wilcox is in a very interesting year because I saw a line that was out there. It was like first head coach to be fired, right? And it was giving out all the odds, like it always does. You're seeing Dave Aranda on that list, Billy Napier, Clark Lee for some reason. I don't know. I mean, he could get fired. I don't know.
Sam Hartman, or not Sam Hartman, Sam Pittman.
Sam Pittman, Kalani Sitake. I saw Justin Wilcox on that list, and
Criminal.
I thought that
Wasting
was
money. You're wasting money if you're
You're
doing that.
wasting money if you're throwing money on Justin Wilcox get fired because what a coach job by him last year, by the way, getting them to a bowl game. That was unbelievable. That was unbelievable. Okay?
Yeah,
I mean, look, Fernando Mendoza, okay, may not have been the best quarterback of all time, but they were a top 35 team in points per game. Okay? They were a top 25 team in first half points per game, right? Coming out scripted, right? They were fast paced. I thought their defense was pretty decent last year, and they did not benefit at all from their schedule last year. And a Pac 12 that was the best, most deep Pac 12 that we have seen in years. And they still made it to a bowl game. Credit Cal. I thought they did a fantastic job coaching last year. And there's in zero way, I don't think I think, yeah, there's pressure on Justin Wilcox to like win, and now he's in the ACC, but I really I still believe in Justin Wilcox. I think he's doing some good things here, and I think that this team could be pretty decent, you know. And I guess I want to start with the offense because I want to start in the quarterback room, and I'm looking at their two options, and they seem all right with me. I'm okay. Look, there's a quarterback battle going on. I don't know who's going to start. If you've heard anything, CD, about who's been announced as a starting quarterback, but I feel good with either of them. Right? You don't have to tell me who's starting a quarterback for Cal week 1. I'm going to feel pretty decent about it.
Yeah, what a total change up from it was just a year ago. I remember you had Ben Finley, Sam Jackson, who's now a wide receiver at Auburn, and Fernando Mendoza all battling. Mendoza was the best quarterback out of those three for sure, and it showed. 63% completion percentage, 1,700 yards, 14 to 10 touchdown to interception ratio with a brutal schedule. And I think not only do they bring in some weapons in the portal, you return Jaden Ott. I like the way that this offensive line maybe meshing together. We'll see how it does. But regardless, though, yeah, I'm with you. Chandler Rogers, redshirt senior, Fernando Mendoza, sophomore, redshirt sophomore kind of kid.
CJ Harris.
Either way, you're good. Yeah, he's not bad
CJ
as
Harris
well.
has meaningful snaps in the MAC, by the way, when
Yeah,
Curtis Rourke got hurt, however long, 2 years ago that was. So
yeah. So
I feel great about
listen,
this quarterback room.
if I want to feel great about this team, I would love to have seen at least one of them, but more so Rodgers come in there and really dominate and take the bull by the horns. But it just didn't happen. And credit Mendoza for sticking in there and fighting it out and battling. And I'm sure his team loves him. And really making this decision tough for this coaching staff. But I'm with you. Yeah, either one I feel good about. Depending on what happens with how it shakes out, I'll go down with either one of them. This offense, so around them, it could be pretty fun. And it starts with Jaden Ott. Jaden Ott. You took him in our draft, I believe.
Yeah, I
He's a
did.
stud. You want to talk a little bit more about him?
Well, just an all around guy, right? You want him in the return game to be effective. Do you want to run between the tackles? Do you want to see his breakaway speed? Do you want to see him have hands? Like, what do you want from him? All right, he's got everything. He's got the whole entire bag. He probably, in my opinion, well, I got to think about this for a second.
He's probably the best in the ACC.
Yeah, that's not crazy at all. That's not crazy at all. And he would have been.
There's some
He's
good ones. Hampton, there's Hayne. Like, there's a lot of good guys. And Miami has like three of them. But no, Jaden Ott is a legit dude.
Phil
And I think,
Maffa. Did you just
yeah,
omit Phil
you
Maffa
love
when
Phil
talking about
Bob.
best running backs in the ACC? That's criminal.
I think
It's
I think
criminal.
AC I think ACC fans are gonna get a rude awakening to Jaden Ott because maybe they don't catch him on the late night,
Oh,
Pac-12 Pac-12 after dark type. He's awesome. I mean, he ran 1,300 yards, 5.3 yards per carry, 12 touchdowns. He had some nice receiving, like you said. The versatility between the tackles, outside the tackles, breaking tackles, breakaway speed, whatever. Yeah, he does it all. And then you bring in Kadarius Callaway, who's a great changeup as well from Jaden Ott too. Now we'll see if Justin Williams Thomas gets healthy. Hopefully, he's back by the season. But regardless, I think there's going to be a huge drop off from Ott to Callaway. I think there's depth in that room, but there's still a big drop off just because of how good and how star studded Jaden Ott is. So hopefully he stays healthy and hopefully he gets another 250 carries because if that's the case, I feel really good about this offense and the direction it's moving with Justin Wilcox.
yeah. How do you like the rest of this running back room?
You got some young guys. I mean, I mentioned the Callaway and Williams Thomas. We'll see how JV and Thomas and Brown Caldwell, get developed and they're pushing along, be fighting for some of those reps, especially trying to
Yeah.
spell Ott and Callaway. So we'll see. I mean, it does rely upon it. Listen, there's a lot of bodies in that room. I think you feel fine about giving carries, but it's just a lot of bodies that aren't named Jade Knott. And so it's like
Yeah.
anyone where Jade Knott's not getting the carry, it's going to be a downgrade. And it's not no fault of their own. It's just number one is so good.
Well, yeah,
And
and
remember he almost left too, right? Well, wasn't he in the portal for a little bit, or he
well, I think
announced
he
he
was
was going in the
teasing it, but then
portal,
he
and
he had
then
his no, he faked going the portal. He posted that video where he's like, "Thank you all so much" or whatever, all the Cal fans, and then he's like, "But I'm here to stay." Basically, like along those lines. Basically, kind of faked him out. So
okay,
it's
yeah, that's
pretty
what it
awesome.
was.
But also, like, I'm not so much as worried about the depth of this running back room because I think if Jaden Ott gets hurt, like is such a significant drop off. Like, I don't think it You get what I'm trying to get at? Like your 2 through 4 don't matter that much. I guess it does matter because if Jaden Hawk gets hurt, but I'm saying like the drop off is so big regardless. Like this offense and running back room revolves around Jaden Hawk being there and being healthy. So like we can talk all we want about, Galloway, Thomas Cardwell, Wiley. Like we can talk about those guys, but Jaden Hawk gets hurt. It is a gigantic, nearly unquantifiable loss to this offense.
Now, in a room that's a little bit more parroting, I think that wide receiver room is pretty darn deep, right? I
That
mean, you
is,
lose Jeremiah Hunter, he goes out the room,
who
and he
cares?
was a very good player, right?
He
Well,
was.
who
He was.
cares?
He
He's
was.
going to
He
be a
was.
damn good player at Washington,
He will.
and he was good for Cal for a while. But there, you bring in a bunch of transfers, right? And you pair that with guys who are developing. Tron Grizel, right? Marvin Anderson, Zir Hunter, like these guys, they're all been taking their time developing. Mason Starling, is he developing, making plays? Is Cole Mosca making plays there? But then, you got your guys. You got your guys in Tobias Merriweather. You got Mikey Matthews. You got Keon Grays. Jonathan Brady was a productive player in the CUSA, the CUSA last year.
All good
I love
players.
it. I love the versatility body types. I love the versatility play style. I love the depth. I love the production. I love it all. And I think Chandler Rogers did a great job picking Cal because they did a great job surrounding these quarterbacks, whoever it may be, with some really good talents, not only at the running back position with Jaden Knott, but also with some good receivers. And they're kind of young. It's multiple years of eligibility, too. All these
Yeah.
guys have at least 2 years of eligibility.
When I think about positions that you want to have a problem with heading into transfer portal season, right? Wide receivers at the top of the list, like in terms of like you don't want to have problems with your
O
uh
line,
your
quarterback,
interior defensive line, your
edge.
offensive line. You can have problems with quarterback
Well,
because like think about all the transfers that have panned out really
good
well.
point. Yeah, Max Brosmer.
But
Jalen Rogers.
Jalen Rodgers. But I'm just saying, like, wide receiver is a very plentiful position in the portal. So them going and getting 5 wide receivers, like, yeah, like clearly it was a problem heading into the season, given that Jeremiah Hunter was leaving. But I think they addressed it well. Like guys that have had targets, receptions, meaningful playing time at the Power Five level, or in Jonathan Brady's case, just being really productive in the situation that he was in. So I I very much like this wide receiver room. Is it like, do you have your big time playmaker? Is that going to be Merriweather this year? Right? Is that going to be Mikey Matthews? Right? I don't know. If someone's going to emerge from this room and be really, really elite, is it Grizel? Right? I don't know. In the aggregate, though, I think that if you get something from all of these pieces, you can have a pretty decent wide receiver room that can give whatever quarterback is going to be starting a chance to push the ball down the field. And I think that's also amplified, but what you have in the tight end room, you know?
Oh yeah. Andrews is great, man. I mean, he had 400 yards last year at the tight end position, and you're bringing Corey Dyches too. I mean, well done, Cal.
There were
Well done,
about
Cal.
30 tight ends, I could say it was probably like 27, 29 tight ends in college football last year that had more than 50 targets. And you have 2 of them on this team. You have 2 of them.
Yeah, think about that.
That's pretty
And
crazy.
now Maryland's happy with their tight end situation, but that just feels a great need because he's an old guy. He's a senior dude. I mean, Andrews is a young kid. He did as a redshirt freshman last year, right? So it's a really nice pairing to have, and 2 tight ends too. It what you can do with 12 personnel. I mean, we talked about that a little with Boston College with running 21 personnel or whatever maybe, but 12 personnel, having different body types, having different matchup styles, having different formations that you can run in is incredible. It's really, really valuable, especially with the portal situation where you got a lot of these defenses that are kind of being stitched together. And you look at week 2, and who is that? It's Auburn. And that's a team that's a super winnable game, I think. And they're a team that kind of working together on their defense. And if you have a lot of things you can throw at them with your offensive weapons, that is totally a plus, especially early in the season.
Yeah, I'm not saying neither of these guys are good blocking tight ends, so I don't think there's a ton of as good as both these guys are. I think it's a little bit redundant in the sense where like I don't think either of them are great blockers, but we'll see how they're used, right? And it could end up being uh They still could end up being good blockers. They can develop. Guys can always put on weights. Guys can develop in that manner. Like, I just don't know what we're going to get from them, from a run blocking capacity. Uh, considering that the offensive line, I'm very concerned about this offensive line. Is that how you feel, or are you a little bit higher on this offensive line?
I'm trying to be optimistic. Listen, you bring in 4 transfers, right?
For
And
need,
to me,
because you need transfers,
you
right?
need, yes. And to me, I wrote that this is the group that could prevent it from reaching its over. Like I'll tell you right now, I'm taking the over. Like I am taking the over, and I might go. But the problem is it's tough. It's tough. I mean, Nick Morrow, right? How is he progressing there? I mean, he's a redshirt senior,
You need
right?
him
But
to.
again,
You have to have him as
I'm
a
sorry, Nick
piece,
Morrow. He's a freshman, redshirt freshman. My bad. I have that written down
Well,
wrong. But
but
regardless,
you are going to need pieces, but like the starting five, it can be what it is, right? I don't feel amazing about it, but you are going to be playing against some good defensive lines. 3 of them I can think of before week 7. And if any sort of attrition starts happening, you're going to need to rely on those guys. Like guys like Nick Morrow you're going to need to ask the question, like, is Nick Morrow ready? Right? Like that's not a crazy question from you.
yeah. To me, what I liked about it and why I was comfortable with taking the over is that there's not a ton of star power where it's almost like there's a lot of competition. And I think it's more so you bring in these transfers, Will McDonald, you bring in these Rush Reimer, right? To you, maybe take the burden off or even just add depth. And so like you don't have to have these young guys step up and play. And you see guys like Nick Morrow, right? You see guys like Sione Varicani, right? Um, or Siope Vanicani are taking the steps up. And so now you're seeing, excuse me, there's like 8 guys and they're kind of all replaceable. So that's how I almost if that kind of makes sense where it's like, yeah, no one's kind of standing out, but it's also like there's not a huge drop off. So if there is attrition that does happen, kind of to counter your point just a little bit where yeah, it's just kind of whatever. I mean, it's kind of the same piece going in. And I guess if maybe the ceiling isn't super high. Now the floor under those guys, I think is not not a good sight to be at all.
No.
So I guess we'll see what happens there if they do get into their serious depth. But listen, you got enough guys that are above the drinking age that I think can do serviceable work.
Like I have legitimate questions about every position on this offensive line. Like at center, Matthew Wyckoff, we haven't seen it from him. Like we haven't seen him be a really good football player yet. We have yet to see it. Vadakani, I have the same question. TJ Session, at times he's pretty decent, but he's a redshirt senior now, right? Like, are we going to see that much more from a guy who started like 900 snaps last year? He was okay, wasn't great. Okay, wasn't great. Now, what you do like is that continuity on the right side. You know, none of those 3 were really that good on that right side. If you know what I'm talking about. Well, actually, I don't know if Vatican's going to play left or right. I really don't know. But then, you bring in like these guys, these transfers that you brought in, they're G5 guys. And I've seen this happen. We've seen it happen time and time again. And you're
Yeah,
playing some
that's
good
a good
defensive
point.
lines. When you bring up G5 guys on the offensive line side, there are a few special exceptions, right? And I can think of a couple of them.
well, even yeah.
But it's just a handful, right? Like if you're going to depend on Will McDonald, Victor Stoffel, like to plug a hole, Rush Reimer, like if you're going to rely on those guys to plug a hole in a need, I don't know if you can guarantee that, right? So with the thing that they didn't see in the Pac-12, now they saw some of it from some of those teams, but the thing that they're going to see different in the ACC is I think there are some legitimate defensive lines that they're going to have huge issues with it, and they don't even draw Clemson, by the way.
Yeah.
So and those defensive lines, luckily, those defensive lines come early. So, like, lucky and not lucky, right? So, attrition can happen in those weeks. And then you might see the decline in those last weeks when you're actually going to have an offensive line that matches up maybe well with their defensive line. But it can also benefit you, right? Like, once you get past that level, you're like, okay, breathe. Now we move
Nothing's
and we're healthy. We can win this last stretch of games, right? Because down the stretch, they have a very winnable slate of games. Okay.
yeah.
But before we get to their schedule, let's talk about their defense because last year it was pretty dang successful. Okay. Um, and I liked a lot about it. I really did. I think I don't know. It's gonna be fine. Is that how you feel about it?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I feel pretty good about the D line, and then even though you're replacing some good guys at the linebacking core, it sounds like they're building some depth, which is good.
Yep.
Um, Cornerback room could be a strength. I guess we'll get into it. I kind of want to start with that D line and maybe the edge group, right? You got Xavier Carlton, who's been looking good. Obviously, it's a pretty known commodity there. David Reese, is he going to step up, right? You got Fall coming in from Eastern Kentucky. It sounds like he's having a good camp. Takungura, coming in from Missouri. He's been flashing a little bit. Ryan McCullough, he's been stepping up. It sounds like he's flashing, which is good to see. Maybe as a young kid in year two. So listen, that just named five guys right there, and that's a great place where you want to be at the edge slash outside linebacker position. I know they kind of run that is 2-4-5,
Yeah, it's pretty odd.
which is wild to see. But first of all, I love that. I mean, everyone loves that in Madden and NCAA, right? Where you're running the 2-4-5 nickel, and it's just
I mean, that's basically what you're recruiting, though. I mean, when we played, I mean, we would. I mean, you're basically recruiting what? I guess like long, lanky guys that are super fast in your edge. Even if you run a 4-3 or 4-2-5 or whatever, you're still recruiting those like
yeah, it's
outside
not that
linebacker type
crazy.
guys on the video
Now it'll
film.
be interesting to see how they hold up on the run, but that's why you have your interior guys. That's why it's so important because you only have two true defensive linemen on the field, but you've got a lot of veterans. You're pretty deep there, and now maybe nobody is this crazy star, but there's a lot of guys that you feel good and comfortable playing meaningful snaps in the ACC, and it's a great place to be.
Yeah, I feel good about it too. Like in terms of like the interior defensive line, like I'm fine with what they have there, right? In Burrell, Wilkins, whatever. At linebacker, I think at the top end, you're pretty good. It's going to depend if like some of those lower level transfers kind of pan out, right? I mean, you're bringing a guy, uh, from Princeton. Uh, God, I can't even figure out what school that is that
As UC
Buchanan's from.
Davis, Teddy
UC Davis, that's
Buchanan.
right.
They
Buchanan,
they play in week one, by the way, which is awesome. Which is
a
awesome.
little revenge game. So yeah, if those guys pan out, and I think the staff is pretty decently high on them. And they selected those guys specifically, but I'm like I feel okay about the front seven. Like that's not what I feel good about on this defense, if that makes sense. There are other position groups that I feel exponentially better about on the back end, right?
Yeah, I mean, Elam Zor was a good player, right? He's a good player, and so you're definitely gonna miss him. But yeah, I mean, if Buchanan can come in and can play well, even though he didn't, I don't think he came until the summer, so that kind of hurts the development there. But the beauty of that too is you were able to build depth in the spring. So you got guys like Katie Olave, right? In year two, you got Aaron Hampton, who's playing really well for a young guy, might be fighting for that two deep spot. So you were able to build depth there. Hopefully, Leon Johnson, you know, gets healthy at some point soon because that would be nice to have depth there. So a little bit behind those guys, you can get into some tough spots, but you're also only playing two at a time, right? You got the 2-4-5 defense where you only got two inside linebackers. So again, not a position where you have to be 6-7 deep. Four will do, unless you have a real, disaster of injuries. But then that just happens, and then there's nothing you can really do about it.
In this secondary, I feel pretty dang. Noel Williams is a dang good player. All right, dang good player in that secondary. Guys like Marcus Harris also seem to be having fantastic spring and fall camp. Transfer from Idaho that they're super excited about. Uh, Again, a lower level guy, but that's the kind of guy where you start hearing that buzz from the coaching staff, and given that there's some serious competition in that receiver room, sounds like it could be real. The buzz for Marcus Harris could be pretty real. So I'm all right with him being in there. You get back an experienced safety with Craig Woodson. Hearns is also incredibly experienced as well. you just got some really nice pieces in here that have played a lot of football, and I like that.
Yeah, and you also got, guys like Colin Gamble coming back from injury. There's depth in a lot of places and versatility too. And I think Wilcox and Peter Simon can do some fun with it, right? Where you have, guys like Wagner who can play nickel, Little John, and Gamble. These guys can all kind of move around. Hearns returns too as a redshirt senior. He's a guy that's been there and he played a good amount of snaps last year. So it's again, yeah, exciting what you can do with that versatility. Miles Williams, is it finally his time there? Or is it his time? Because, it sounds like there's some good things coming, his way. This guy, Redshirt Senior, has been there for a while. I'm hearing some good things so far, and I hope to see that because again, then you're building excuse me, you're building depth with guys like Yates and Sydney behind them. Obviously, Craig Woodson comes back. So overall, yeah, this could definitely be a strength, I think, of their defense, that defensive back room, and that's what you expect for Justin Wilcox in what is this, year 7 now? Year 8? I mean, it's been there for a while.
Yeah, and special teams wise, I think you're pretty set there. Ryan Coe coming in, transferred from Cincinnati. Sorry, Cincinnati from Cincinnati, then UNC. I think he's pretty solid. And then your punting game last year, at least hopefully I have the right numbers here. I'm just gonna double check. Um, yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, so if I'm looking at this right, they were a top 30 team in punting yards average. I think they had trouble covering punts at times last year, but as long as you have a decent punter, you're gonna at least give yourself a chance to be pretty decent on special teams. So I'm gonna head over to their schedule, and I'm looking at the schedule early on, right? UC Davis week 1. Okay, you're all right there. Auburn on the road, San Diego State at home, FSU on the road, bye week, Miami at home, then Pitt on the road, NC State at home, Oregon State at home. Then you get a bye, Wake Forest on the road, Syracuse at home, Stanford at home, SMU on the road. Talked about this. Playing some pretty good defensive lines early on in the season, namely Auburn, FSU, Miami, Florida, and I'll throw NC State in there. So where are you going with this? The over-under, actually, I know you were looking at this earlier when we were talking about it at 6.5. It's actually 6 at most places, believe it or not. That's going to probably help your case even more.
Even more, yeah. I'll take the over. I'm on over at plus 146 at 6.5.
But
So I
the
feel pretty good about.
but for our bettors out there, if you are going to take this over, you should be taking it at even or minus 105 at DraftKings or at BetMGM and not be taking that plus 146 because that is the math involved there is that is better value. Okay.
I wish you were there when I was doing that. Regardless, though, I still feel pretty good about it for our
That's
Cal
so
fans.
brutal. I just
I
outed
listen.
CD.
Listen.
But hey,
I
hey,
listen.
let's hear it.
They could go. They could go 5-0 at the end of the season, like really realistically, with Oregon State with the bye week, and then that stretch run in November where it's cross country at Wake Forest, but it's Wake Forest, and then it's Syracuse. You welcome them to fly across the country. It's Stanford and at SMU. To me, I feel really good about this team. If things break certain ways, I don't see why 8-9 wins is not crazy. I mean, 9 wins would be an incredible season, obviously an incredible season. But again, I mean, yeah, I like it, man. The one at Pitt scares me, week 7, because you're kind of in between a pretty tough
That's
stretch.
such a
Florida
losable
State
spot. Sandwiched right in
by
between there.
Miami and NC State at home, and you got to go back and forth, right? It's not an ideal spot to play, but also Pitt is terrible. So I'm sorry, but so I feel pretty.
But I
Listen,
think the schedule dynamic there, I've chalked that one up as a loss for California. When I do their schedule breakdown, yeah, I chalk it up as a
yeah,
loss.
it just sometimes those happen. But listen, I was a guy that was under Cal, and I still think it should have went under whatever though. It didn't because Justin Wilcox proved me wrong and this Cal team proved me wrong. And so again, I'm learn my lesson this year and I'll be on the over.
If it's at 6, I think I'll join you. I'm not betting it though. Uh,
Maybe I'll double down and just bet over 6 as well.
Bet over 6. Well, you were just alt lining, so that's what it was. You took the alt
Because
line.
I'm so confident that they're going to win 7 games that I might as well take the extra value.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going through your head. So I like UC Davis, obviously, San Diego State, Oregon State. I like them, and I do like them in that game. I like them against Wake Forest. I like them against Syracuse at home. I like them against Stanford at home, and then SMU on the road. I kind of like them there. I think 7-5 is more likely than 5-7, but I think 6-6 is the most likely outcome, as indicated by these books, right?
Which is a bowl game, by the way. It's a bowl game.
Which is another bowl game for Justin Wilcox. Believe it or not, the people that want him fired. This line actually opened at 6.5, so you're not crazy. So people are fading us, ZD. The Sharps. Sharps are fading us.
Sharps are stupid. Sharps are dull.
Sharps are dull. Put it on a t-shirt. All right, let's when I'm looking at teams, okay, to win the conference, okay. Look, I took a different when I was betting. I did not take this team. The team that we're talking about is Clemson. Okay, Clemson is a good football team. They got a good coaching staff. They got talent at premium positions. Okay, but it feels like these last couple of years, particularly on the offensive side of the ball, they haven't really been able to put it together all that much. Okay, you have another year with your quarterback, the guy who the prophecy said was going to be the guy that, I mean, you basically brought in Garrett Riley because of this quarterback, a quarterback that, quite frankly, I'm not super high on. And I haven't been. I wasn't last year. And I think I'm going to stick with that same philosophy this year. Now, do they need premium quarterback play to win, 8, 9, 10 games? Maybe not. Maybe not. Hasn't stopped in the last 2 years. Maybe last 3 years. Is that crazy? So, very interesting situation that Clemson is in. I think there is a lot of pressure, believe it or not, for Dabo to win games. And I know we talk about, winning 9, 10 games, 11 games. It feels like 9-3 these days is actually the new 10-2. So there's a value in winning football games, but I think there's a different expectation at Clemson, a different kind of player they're recruiting, and a clear neglect of using the transfer portal for this Clemson team.
Yeah, well, listen, I know you're not as high on Cade Klubnik. I happen to think that he's going to take a step, and I also happen to think that like last year it was just an odd year for Clemson. I watched those games; it was so frustrating, and I know Clemson fans you share that same sentiment because they should have won those games. It was turnovers, it was missed opportunities, it was just the little things that you were so accustomed to be seeing these Dabo Swinney coach teams just get right, and the ball bounces your way, and you're always there in the right spots and whatnot. The penalties aren't killing you, and turnovers aren't happening. I do think this year that kind of, trend kind of regresses back to the mean. That's why I feel pretty good about this Clemson team this year. Listen, Kate Klubnik, you're just a Connor Wigman truther. I know, okay, I get that. I know you said it back then, and he is unbelievable, right? But I also think Kate Klubnik, he was top 6 yards per game as a quarterback, right, in the ACC. I mean, the only guys he was behind, they weren't that far. I mean, it was Travis, it was your Drake Mays, right? Everyone else was kind of
Who was he in front of?
right there.
Tony Muskett, Tommy Castellanos, Brennan Armstrong. I mean, how many situations in that ACC? Grayson Loftus.
Why
In the bottom half of that ACC division, I mean, think about how many quarterback changes there were.
How about Phil Jurkovich? But yeah,
Phil Jurkovich.
No, I'm with listen, that's a good point.
I'm not trying to throw your take in the trash. I'm just saying.
But I'll get to it. That was with a beaten up wide receiver core. That was with a young wide receiver core. Right. That was with a new offensive scheme. I think Coleman's good. I think he's going to play well. And I think he has to play well because there's not a lot of talent and depth that are ready to play right now behind them. And they're kind of all in on him.
Yeah.
And
seriously,
it's kind of do or die right now. I think for, not do or die, obviously not do or die for Dabo Sweeney, but it's kind of put up or shut up because he's gonna be hearing a lot about the portal if it's continues to not quite meet the expectation that he's built for that program. But yeah, listen, he's looking good in camp. Cade Klubnik, it seems more comfortable. I think that core around him, is really, really good. And we'll see how the O-line comes together. But I mean, you got a deep wide receiver group, you got a deep tight end group. I mean, there are a lot of things you can do with this offense. And if there are no excuses now, is what I'm trying to say. And I feel good about Klubnik, taking the next step. And he can definitely be in that top half, the upper echelon of quarterbacks in the ACC, which where you should be if you're it comes quarterback. And he also has, student of the year, academic legend Taj Boyd working with quarterbacks now, which is exciting. Get him back in Clemson, get him back in Death Valley for the Tigers there.
Let's talk about what's surrounding Cade Klubnik. Let's talk about the running back position because Phil Maffa's fantastic. He is a fantastic running back. All right. I know you don't have Will Shipley in there. And yes, he is a more dynamic athlete. All right. If that's the word you want to choose. But Phil Maffa is a runner, a cut and dry running back born from the ashes. And he lives as I don't really have an NFL comp from right now. I thought I was going to have one in my head by the time I started this sentence.
Reggie Bush.
Phil Maffa?
Dare I say. I'm sorry. Oh, I thought you were talking about Will Shipley.
Oh, no, I'm talking about Phil Maffa. Phil Maffa is a cut and dry football player, right? Yeah. Just an absolute dog. He's physical. You do not want to tackle him. He's so good. And what also made him really good last year was that he was complimentary to Will Shipley, right? I think Jay Haynes is a guy that you need to watch. Is he going to be that complimentary piece to Phil Maffa? I don't know. I think Phil Maffa, this is a gigantic bell cow situation here. Like, get out your moves. Don't cut your grass because Phil Maffa is going to be grazing to the end zone. All right. That's why I drafted him, I believe, in our fantasy. So did I take him as a wild card? I hope I did.
Yeah, because you took Jade Knott.
I took Jade Knott, and then I'm pretty sure I took Phil Maffa as a wild card. God, I hope so, because that guy is going to have room to graze. And I think he's going to need to. But how are you feeling about the rest of this running back room?
I am a little bit worried about the depth, more so the proven depth. But I kind of have to remind myself, this is Clemson, where they develop, they recruit, and they keep relation. Like these guys, they just get on campus and then like they wait a couple years, and then they flash. Just because they're not coming in as true freshmen and playing doesn't mean that they're not good football players. We'll see though. You mentioned Haynes, Keith Adams, right? What's going to happen there? How they're splitting up the time. But again, yeah, to me, it's Phil Maffa and that's it. And if he stays healthy, it's almost similar to what Cal has in Jaden Knott, where he's just a really, really good running back. And anyone who's not touching the football, it's a downgrade just because they're not Phil Maffa, right? And they're not bad football players or anything. It's just I think Clemson feels better with Maffa, and that's why you're going to see. You mentioned the bell cow. You're going to see him getting a ton of carries, and now hopefully you've got guys that can spell him just a little bit. That'd be ideal. Which you had in Shipley, more so kind of the other way around. But Shipley mentioned the great complementary piece that they were that to each other. So it'd be nice if one of those guys develops into that. But I think Garrett Riley and Sweeney are really going to lean on Maffa and to also establish running game and to take some of the pressure off of Cade Klubnik.
I agree. In the wide receiver room, I like some of these pieces. I do. I'll call them pieces. I think there's some unproven. There's some guys that you want to take more steps. Right? Is Brian Wesco going to be a game changer the second he steps on campus? I think he can be. Absolutely. Antonio Williams, are you going to stay healthy? Are you going to stay on the field? All right. I'm just saying, like, all right, I'll let you talk about this wide receiver room because Clemson fans are going to want to hear you talk about it. They don't want to hear me talk about it. All right?
They want to hear what they want to hear. No, I'm serious about this wide receiver core. This is the unit why I am super high in this team.
Okay.
This looks more like your Clemson teams of past where you had a bunch of really good wide receivers. Now, is there Mike Williams? Maybe not. But there doesn't have to be, right? I think you mentioned Antonio Williams, Brian Fesco. Antonio Williams is a guy that's looking really good right now, and I think is unbelievably upset how last year went, deservingly so, right? I'll be too. Wesco's come on since spring and has played really, really well. Another true freshman, TJ Moore, came after that, but he's a little bit more behind in development. We'll see if we get into October, November, if he can really start contributing to this football team. But Tyler Brown, that's who I love, man. He was really good last year in a room that needed somebody to step up, and he did as a true freshman, 3-star kid, former Minnesota commit. Oh, he just took him from us, which is fine. I think he's from South Carolina, and I would have gone to Clemson too if I was from South Carolina. But regardless, I think he's going to improve on last year as well. Adam Randall, another guy like Williams, is he finally healthy? Is he a bigger body dude? Is he playing well? Troy Stellato, your slot receiver, your classic slot receiver for Clemson that they've always had, right? He's back. Is Cole Turner? Can he take the top off the defense with his speed and his game breaking ability? Same goes for Musoon Kelly, right? And is Ronan Hannafin, is he developing the way you want him to be? Maybe not for 2024, but in 2025 and beyond. Listen, I just named, there's, 6, 7 guys that you feel pretty good, I think, about playing in different ways that they can fit in this offense. The key is going to be those top guys staying healthy and your 5-star freshmen, staying healthy and developing as well, which is, not ideal to rely on some injury prone players, I guess, if you want to call it, and young freshmen. But the reality is, I do think the talent is there. It's a well-stocked room. They didn't add any transfers, which I guess doesn't necessarily mean anything, but I don't think they needed. I really don't think they needed to. And you pair that too with a tight end room, right? With Jake Brendenstoll, who is really, really good. I watched that Miami game a couple days ago. Holy cow. He made some really nice plays in that game. Josh Sapp, he's flashing in camp as well. Also, Pat Henry is a guy I was super high on back in high school. And he flashed on a little bit last year in practice. Is he going to continue to develop? How much can he give you? And is Christian Bentancur? I mean, I think it looks like he's ready to play as a true freshman. We'll see how much he gets in there. I know it's hard making that transition from high school to college level, especially the high college level at a tight end position. But regardless, though, I mean, you've got 10 bodies in that room that are legit bodies. And that's, I think, what they've been missing for the past couple of years now. And a consistent quarterback. But also, I do think consistent wide receiver and tight end play is something that's going to help that cause.
Consistent tight end play, 1,000,000,000%. Brink Stool is fantastic. If you're a college fantasy football player, absolutely should scoop up some shares of him. He was fantastic last year. 75 targets, 50 receptions. That's really good. Okay. In the wide receiver room, I do agree with you that there are a lot of pieces, different ways that you can use guys, right?
The pieces again.
The pieces again. Are any, how do I say this? Talent's there, just a little bit unproven. All right. Is that fair? And you're projecting this talent to take a huge step.
A huge healthy step. Yes.
A huge healthy step. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's a very good word that you can use there. Yeah. Man, I hope someone can throw in the ball.
Listen, Georgia, it'll be interesting because who knows what happens in that game. I guess we'll talk more about it once we get to it. But I mean, I look around the SEC and I don't see a ton of elite wide receiver cores. Listen, I guess I'm projecting here, right? But I don't think it's crazy to say that this Clemson receiving core is going to be, one of the better teams that Georgia sees all year. And I think it's a great test for them, but also a nice litmus test, I think, for Clemson right away to see, is this offense working? Is Klubnik getting better? Do these receivers, can they separate at the elite level against elite corners and schemes that they're going to be playing against, hopefully once they get to the playoffs, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, it can be really good. It can be really good. Let's talk about the offensive line because, I feel like if you're going to ask questions about the ceiling of this offense, I think you can't talk about a ceiling of this offense without talking about where the potentials of this offensive line lie, right? And you're seeing a lot of talent, seeing a lot of highly rated recruits across the board. What are we seeing, CD? Well, what do you like about this offensive line? What do you not like about this offensive line?
listen, I like Tristan Lay, right? It sounds like he's a former 5-star guy that he's, progressing into his own more and more, looking good in camp. Blake Miller, the other tackle, it sounds like he's looking good at camp. He wasn't terrible for you at all last year. Above average guy, graded out pretty well. Marcus Tate, again, a very good pass protector in the interior there. It'll be about the other positions. You're also losing a good amount there. Will Putnam, Marcus Tate, Mitchell Mays, Colin Sadier, those guys, they all played a lot of snaps for you last year. Was it all great? No. But again, it's a lot of snaps on the way out. We'll see how Linthicum and Harris Sewell. I think they're kind of battling out for center. Walker Parks. Is he going to be playing good at right guard there? And then Elijah Thurman, the young kid, Matt Luke really likes, and that's the key right there. Matt Luke enters the equation. It sounds like there's been a different mentality, different focus on that offensive line group, and you're kind of seeing it. Early signs are that they are kind of having their way with that defensive line. And to me, that is super impressive because we know how good that defensive line is, right? We know how talented it is. And to me, that's what gets me excited. Now, I'm still going to be wait till I believe because I do think that this has earned the right to be cautiously optimistic, but cautiously, right? In terms of how it comes together. Again, would you have loved to add, an offensive lineman here or there in the portal the past couple of years? Absolutely. Absolutely. Have you missed on some guys in your evaluation? Absolutely. But I do think that with the infusion of Matt Luke and, Garrett Riley in year 2, I do think that helps the way that this offense can be moving forward, especially at that offensive line spot.
So you mentioned Marcus Tate. Isn't he back? Is he back this year?
Yeah,
He
no,
was.
he'll be playing left guard.
Okay. Oh, okay. Maybe I misheard you. It sounded like you were talking about like him being gone. Uh, I happen to like this offensive line. I'm higher on this offensive line group than a lot of other position groups. I think on this offense. I think this can be really good. I think it can be really effective. Now, yeah, sure, you're gonna play Georgia, okay, and that's gonna be the issue. You're gonna have to play on the road against Florida State, who's a good defensive line. You're gonna have to play South Carolina, who's a good defensive line. Virginia Tech is a really good defensive line. The optimism there is I think you got a group of guys that are talented enough. And like you said, having a coaching staff there that has succeeded with less, I think that this offensive line is sufficient enough to hold up in the ACC and, maybe give Phil Maffa, right, more lanes to run in, Cade Klubnik, more time to pass. I think if, we talk about Cade Klubnik taking the progression, taking a step, one of those key steps is going to require probably his offensive line to play pretty well. And actually, that's not a part that I'm worried about at all. I think that this offensive line can play football. I think they can. I think you got a decent amount of snaps almost across the board, except maybe at your center position, and some talent, right? And you talked about Tristan Lay. Yeah, sure, he doesn't have as much snaps as say Marcus Tate, Blake Miller, Walter Parks, but you gotta. That's a talent that I'll for sure believe in. So I'm definitely higher on their offensive line. The defense is the side, and where you talked about being high in Clemson's wide receiver group. But to me, if I was taking the over in Clemson, I'm taking the over because I believe in this defense. Death, taxes, and Clemson having a pretty stinking good front seven. All right.
It's crazy that they can lose Xavier Thomas, Ruka Rorko, Tyler Davis, Jeremiah Trotter, Sheridan Jones, Nate Wiggins, Andrew Makuba, all these names last year that played well for you for multiple years. And yet, yeah, they're still replenishing without the transfer portal. Credit to Dabo Sweeney, right? That's some good stuff there. That defensive line that's young, right? You got some young pieces, but it's pretty damn good and fun and exciting, right? And we'll see how these guys, kind of grow into their year 2 body. I'm looking at TJ Parker. I'm looking at Peter Woods
Yeah.
and how they can
Yeah.
progress. I mean,
It's so
TJ Parker was,
sophomores.
yeah, holy cow. What's new? Clemson hits on a 5-star defensive lineman. What's new, right? So TJ Parker, he was so good, but he had some surgery, I believe. Sounds like he was looking good after that, which is great news because you hate to see injuries derail a player like that, especially a young, flashy player like that. Is Peter Woods moving defensive end? Did I see that? I saw that somewhere and I wrote it down and now I could not find it. The life of me going back to it. I can see why, because you've got those guys like Peyton Page, you've got DeMont Copeland, Vic Burley,
I think he
Stephen
is.
Green. Caden Store. You've got these big body dudes that can fill up the gaps. And I know Peter Woods, I think he came in overweight. Is that what? Don't quote me on that, but it sounds like he came in overweight and they kind of had him lose some weight. And man, him and TJ Parker, first of all, what a duo for the next couple of years, probably 2 years. And then AJ Hoffler, right? Kate Denhoff. You got some talent behind them, don't you?
No, you seriously do, and it doesn't stop in the linebacker group either. Are you kidding me? Barrett Carter, Wade Wooders, Kobe McLeod, Sammy Brown. Like, is he going to get legitimate playing time this year? Because that guy is a superstar in the making. True freshman, 5-star. Yeah, stud. Sammy Brown,
To,
book it.
to me, to me, I see the way that Texas used Anthony Hill last year, right? And they had a really talented defense, even in that front seven, especially in the front seven. And they were able to use creative ways to get him near the football, and he just made plays. And Sammy Brown is an incredible athlete, right? They talked about the way he played running back as well, the playmaking ability that he has, even if he's not quite ready, just fully mentally. And is he ahead of, or is he there with Barrett Carter and Woody Wetaz and maybe Colby McLeod? Maybe not, but athletically though, he is so there. And I think just get him on the field, turn him loose on certain packages, give him things to do in a niche way in year one that can help you win football games in big time moments. I mean, Anthony Hill, who would have thought he would be the guy to make multiple big time tackles against Jalen Milroe and Alabama on the road early in the season? I see a similar fate to Sam Brown.
Are you good?
Oh yeah, sorry. Well, that
You
cornerback
just
room too.
lost your train. You lose your train of thought.
No, I said I see a similar fate for that too.
Oh,
Or
it
did
sounded
I?
like you were continuing on that thought. Sorry. That was pretty funny. But
We
yeah,
can move
not
to the corners, or
yeah.
unless you got more in linebacking core. Because that front seven, first of all, I think we should do a little recap. Like I said, you lose 4 defensive linemen, you lose Jeremiah Trotter, has been there for, and it is still a scary group, And again, that's where you want to be. That's where you can really put through. And that's also why I feel so good about this team. And the floor of this team too is, excuse me, where if you can control the line of scrimmage on the offensive defense side of the football, you're going to be in so many football games.
Yeah, his defense was really good last year, and part of the reason why they've lost some games was just giving up inconvenient, explosive plays, and uh, not getting off the field on fourth downs. Like there was things that happened that led to them losing some games on the defensive side of the ball. Like it wasn't necessarily the defense's fault because obviously the offense was pretty not great at sometimes, especially in the red zone. Holy cow! I'm sure Clemson fans can agree with me on that. But yeah, it was never a problem with the defense. I don't think, and it doesn't stop in the secondary. Again, like you said, you lose Nate Wiggins, you lose Makuba, but let's just go through the list of names: Khalil Barnes, R.J. Mickens, Kylan Griffin, Avian Terrell, Sheldon Lewis, Jaden Lucas. I mean, like just name after name after name. Guys with not all these guys have a ton of experience. Uh, but in the secondary, I'll bet on upside for sure. And with this group, I think you got a really good, talented group of guys that this defensive staff feels really good about getting out there, and they're playing behind pretty stinking good front seven. So I'm willing to bet on the upside of the secondary at the expense of the front seven being really good.
Yeah, I'll throw one more name in there. Did you say Tavoy Fegan?
Nope.
He's a young kid, and stop me where you've seen this before, right? Blue chip, defensive back, making waves in camp, hoping to contribute in year one. Now they have talent ahead of him, so they don't need him to come in and play meaningful snaps. But he is a guy that they are super, super high on. Similarly to Corey Gibson as well. I know he's come off injury, but it sounds like he's got the tools. Well, he does have the tools. It sounds like he's also there mentally as well to be ready to play and contribute in year one. I mean, damn it, man. I look at these last two cycles that this class, that Sweeney has hit on in true sophomores and true freshmen right now, and that they are just going to be really, really scary this year and years to come. So credit Clemson and what they've done. Khalil Barnes, I mean, he's another true sophomore, going to play in the slot probably. He's a guy that is a really good football player, really good football player. And you pair him with some old guys like Mickens and Griffin, I guess, is old. He's year 3. So it'll be interesting. I like this group.
Well, now let's go to their schedule, right? So their number one win total, right? And I think I'm gonna boof you again here, but most places they're at it's at 9. Okay, I know you're probably looking at FanDuel CD and you're seeing the staring at the 8.5 at -172 there for the over, but we're gonna pick on the show at 9. All right. And I don't think it's gonna
Fine.
change your answer with going the over, but week 1, okay, you open up with Georgia. Okay. Neutral site game. Pretty tough. All right, tough game to open up the season with. Get
Yeah.
Appalachian State at home, NC State at home week 4 after a bye, of course. Stanford at home week 5, FSU on the road week 6, at Wake Forest week 7, game I'm not worried about. Virginia at home, then a bye week after Virginia, Louisville at home after that, Virginia Tech on the road, then Pitt on the road, then you get the Citadel at home. I mean, heard they gave Bama troublesome a couple years ago. South Carolina at home, and yeah, I see your optimism, dude. This is not a bet, obviously. Clemson fans are gonna be pissed, but I'm a slight lean into the under because I think Georgia's a guaranteed loss, right? Then it's like in 11 games, can you win 10 of them, right? To get the over. If you win 9, obviously, you push, right? But I don't know, man. I don't know because I like sneakily like Virginia Tech in that game when they're on the road there. I don't know what that game is like against South Carolina in the last week of the season. We've seen some crazy stuff happen there. I don't like the fact that they have to go on the road against FSU. So when I'm chalking up games, I'm looking at, NC State as a team that could potentially upset them as well. I just like, obviously, I don't feel good enough. If it was at 9.5, I would consider taking it. If it's at 8.5, I'm probably taking the over. Absolutely. But at the number 9, I don't know. I'm a slight lean to the under. And you know what? Because you have a really good defense travels. The floor of this team is much higher because of how good that defense is. So that's maybe it's not smart to take the under in this spot.
It is tough to take the over because of the quarterback concerns behind Kane Klubnik, but I'm going to take the over here. And even at 9, I do think a better play is just taking them to win the ACC at plus 360 because that Georgia game just
Doesn't matter.
devalues that over under so much. And even that South Carolina game too, it just devalues it. And I think you're going to know, by early November where you stand in the ACC in terms of where you're going to be in the championship game. You can kind of get healthy against, Pitt and the Citadel and really make a push. I do think this team is going to be battle tested. And I think that's an awesome thing if they were to make the championship game and then win that to go to the playoffs. You get a little bit of rest, and then you're going to be seeing a lot of good football teams, just like you played on your schedule. Yeah, Georgia, South Carolina, Louisville, even at Vatech, at Florida State, North Carolina State. You mentioned all those teams. I mean, those are good litmus tests where you as a program, where you are, what you need to work on, and all that good stuff. And listen, yeah, I like this team. I don't see any question marks other than backup quarterback. And so if I'm going
Starting
for it,
quarterback.
I'm
Sorry, I'm asking different questions than you, but and that's
which is
fair,
fine.
which is
Which is
fine.
fine.
And you can
Uh
take it. Also, too, if you're gonna bet this, viewers, I think it's more valuable to take the over 8.5. I think just literally based on like actual math, versus taking that 9. The problem is like it's hard giving a book your money for like the entire season if you're only getting paid out at -172. That hasn't stopped this show in the past. And it will not stop this show.
and it cashed. And it cashed.
And
Rutgers over 3.5 last year. It soared over.
it
Thank you very much.
absolutely
So if there's
scored.
if
And
there's any
some.
sign, that means that this is going to soar over as well. That's why I'm going ACC champ winner. Uh, and by the way, man, I know it's going to be a probable loss, and Cubs fans don't want to hear that. But you look at what Oregon did. Remember, Oregon played this Georgia team a couple years ago, and it was 49-3, and everyone wrote off Dan Lanning, everyone wrote up Bo Nix and that whole Oregon football team, and they came back and they won a lot of football games, and they barely lost to Washington and Oregon State, two very good football teams that year, to miss out on the Pac-12 championship game. I do not think all is lost. I think you get App State, take out your anger, excuse me, and then a bye week to regroup if the worst things happens with Georgia. So regardless, yeah, let's go Clemson. To me, I'm excited to watch them back. I think they're going to be so much more fun to watch this year than they had the past couple of years.
Duke football has a new coach. His name's Manny Diaz. I know there's a little bit of a sour taste in Duke fans' mouths, the way that Mike Elko may have left the situation, perhaps leaving maybe in the middle of the night on a plane. Uh, However, I don't think Manny Diaz is any sort of slouch. All right. I think this was a pretty decent hire. We're gonna have to see though if this, and now we were saying this when Mike Elko came in the building, right? Like we're gonna have to see. Maybe it's not year one, maybe it's not year two. And then Mike Elko just like did it, year one. But I think the pieces were already there, right? And I feel like this Duke team sort of got maybe a little bit rated completely in their roster. I still think they have some good pieces, particularly on the offensive side of the ball, which I don't think we've been able to see necessarily these last couple of years. This is a wait and see game for me, for sure. Although it's not a wait and see for me in terms of betting something, including Duke, which we may get
We'll
to a
save
little
till the
bit.
end.
We'll save that one for the end, but in general, let's just start, I guess, on the offensive side of the ball because that's what we do on this show. Uh, Malik Murphy comes into the building, coming over from Texas, and I somehow think that he's simultaneously underrated, but also I'm gonna be very cautious about rating Malik Murphy as higher tier quarterback. I know Malik Murphy went to a spot, and actually today, as we're recording this on August 19th, they just announced a starter. So it made our jobs a lot easier. Instead of talking about this battle that was potentially going on between him and Grayson Loftus. By the way, I think Grayson Loftus did really well in his true freshman year. Well, sorry. Let me rephrase that. I think Grayson Loftus was not good his true freshman year. However, I think he was put in a very bad situation. I think he made the most of it. I think he proved to the staff um, and everyone that, maybe this guy has a chance to play really good football down the road.
Yeah.
However, Malik Murphy is the upside play here. He is an effective thrower of the football. He's big. He can move a little bit. I don't know if that's necessarily the strong suit of his game, but I think Malik Murphy might be a little bit not talked about enough, but also I'm cautious to say that he's going to be uh I don't think he'll be an upgrade over Riley Leonard. Okay. I don't think that will be the case.
Not in year one. And I do think Riley Leonard had a special ability to elevate guys with his legs, his pocket mobility. That's not something I've seen yet from Malik Murphy. That doesn't mean he doesn't have it in him, but Leonard was so good at that. And also, it does concern me how long it took him to win the job. Now, I don't know. I don't read too much into that because I do know that Manny Diaz probably wanted to keep Loftus around, probably wanted to keep Murphy engaged as well, and also wait for his team to kind of choose and realize that, yeah, Malik Murphy gives us the best chance to win. Regardless, though, yeah, he should be the starter. I'm glad he won it because I do think he gives this team the most amount of upside in terms of what they can do in year one under Manny Diaz, but I think they're gonna have an identity, right? So Jonathan Brewer comes in, runs that power spread scheme, right? An up tempo offense with that, SMU Rhett Lashley influence, right? So we'll see how Murphy kind of fits into that. But I do think you've got some pieces you mentioned where we kind of like the weapons on this team, even though some other spots maybe
Maybe
lackluster on
not
this,
as it
this
might not be
roster.
as deep, but I think at the top end, if these starters stay healthy at the skill positions, I think
There's some fun
that Malik
ones.
Murphy will have some people to distribute the football to. I mean, let's start though in the running back room. Jacquez Moore, whatever you want to say about Jordan Waters, Jacquez Moore was better. All right,
Yeah.
in just about every way, and it was a shock to me. Every week, I thought Jacquez Moore was just getting inches closer and closer to just completely taking that role, and just never did. Jordan Waters, I guess, kind of stole it, kept him at bay. And when Jacques Moore entered the transfer portal, I was like, oh no. Oh no. I know Jordan Waters left, but I'm like, okay, now you have Jacques Moore. He was transferred. I'm like,
Fine.
oh
Addition
no.
by yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. It just means Jacques. Oh no. Then he comes back, right? And that is a huge addition. Because one, this running back would have been absolutely devastated, right? Not only did you get Jacques Moore, you also got Star Thomas in the transfer portal as well. Both of those guys, um, I think have been proven to be very good football players. I think as a 1-2 punch, I think they can do slightly different things. I really believe in Jacques Moore's ceiling higher than I believe in Star Thomas's, but he's a good second running back to have, right? Always have, a pair, and you say a spare. I don't know if I'm seeing, the spare on this in this running back room, but I think there is some optimism that there are some guys in this room that can also take on carries, right? Because running back is, a pretty replaceable position for the most part. But I do think this offense is going to operate through a couple people, and one of those people is Jacques Moore, 1 billion%.
We love him, and I do think we were doing our running back fantasy show or our fantasy draft, I guess, between Matthew and I. And like the day of, we were recording, Star Thomas committed, and I had Jacques Moore circled as one of the guys that I had to walk away from that draft with because I
Me
saw the
too.
upside there
Me
with
too.
what he was going to be able to do. And Star Thomas comes in, he's going to eat too many carries, which is a good thing, and it's a good thing for the depth, right, of its overall team, especially if Jacques Moore, if you're leaning on that running attack a good amount. But you also got Al Wooten in there, right? Him and Peyton Jones. I think those are solid depth pieces. You mentioned how they're kind of, not quite up to standard with Moore and Thomas. I think there's a drop off with Moore to Thomas and then to Thomas, to that third string, whoever it may be, which is fine. That's kind of how it works, right? Where your starters are better than your second string and your second string is better than your third string. So it is what it is, and especially in year one. I'm not too worried about this room. We talked about it with Moore and Thomas. Plenty good, and then some to get a lot done in the ACC. The wide receiver core is interesting. I mean, Jordan Moore's. I feel like he's been there for a while now. He's still there, which is awesome. He's looking good in practice. I'm sorry, with Murphy and Loftus. It's nice to see Javon Harvey looking good, coming from Old Dominion, a guy that played so well last year. I thought at times, in just only 8 games. Right, I think he was hurt for a little bit. Good to see him back and healthy. We'll see how Samir Higgins, continues to develop. Eli Pancol, is he going to compete? Right, he's a guy don't see a ton from, but he's coming along. It sounds like he's looking good. And then Chase Tyler, a young true freshman, is he ready to play? It sounds like he's making plays, but how much can he give you this year? Does it really matter? Does it just provide more depth for you? Regardless, so especially with those top 2.5 guys, I think you feel pretty good with what you can do with Murphy and Loftus and what Brewer can scheme up for him.
Yeah, I do too. I think this wide receiver room, those top four and top five guys, I think are pretty solid. Jordan Moore being exceptional. I think Javon Harvey has a really high ceiling. A guy who was highly sought after in the transfer portal. I agree with everything that you said about the wide receiver room. In the tight end room, I don't really think you have anything there that's worth oogling and boogling over, right? Just it's whatever, right? I mean,
Yeah,
and like you talk about in the tight end room, like if there's a weak spot you're gonna have on the team, have it in the tight end room, and if you get replacement level, great. If you get more than that, it's all gravy, right? I mean,
amen to that. Hopefully, can you block, right? Can you help establish a running game with Moore and Thomas, and then catch the ball when you're thrown to, right? It's kind of that simple at the tight end position. It's a tough position, obviously, and you hate to be, maybe thin there, but it sounds like there's a ton of guys that are just kind of on the similar playing field. So I guess we'll see how the reps shake out, but at least you're keeping guys healthy potentially and fresh. And if guys do go down, it sounds like you have guys that are very similar to do those roles and fill in. And you have to change too much of your offense once if that does happen.
well, speaking about a group that has to stay healthy, otherwise we could see. I mean, one of these groups completely fall apart, and we're going to be talking about the offensive line group. This group is you were not returning a single starter from last year. Okay. And Yeah, I don't feel good about any position. I don't feel good about the depth. I'm I think this is probably the worst offensive line group in the ACC.
And that's concerning. And not only is it bad at the starters potentially, but it's also there. Yeah, I guess. Well, here's what I'll say. So you bring in what, like 6 transfers, right?
Sorry, I
You
feel
got
good about
kid
Brian
from La.
Parker, by the way. And
Oh yeah,
people are
thank
gonna
you. He's a
shop.
good
People are
player.
gonna come after me for that. I feel good about Brian Parker. All right,
Well, yeah,
sorry.
and you got Pickett and Craig Half who are returning, I think, and they'll probably start somewhere along the line and at least give you some kind of continuity from last year. But so Lafayette, Holy Cross, Northwestern, Penn, Stanford, and then maybe the worst Power Four offensive lineman last year from UCLA. We'll see if he puts together this new staff. I'm not too optimistic. If you are relying upon him at left tackle, that's probably not ideal
You
from Luke
really hope you
Murphy.
aren't. Because what are the reports, right? Weren't you reading something and you told me you were like, oh yeah, they feel good about him in the practice
Yeah, I
reports?
think which I guess would be amazing. And now I hope I'm wrong. I
But
hope we're wrong.
can I just say this as someone who's been at those like spring practices, like for a college football team, like you're not getting to see like anything for the offensive line. There's hardly been any install. Chances are you're not going to get to see one-on-ones. You're not going to see full pads. Like you see something, if you hear something good about the offensive line in the spring, right? Now, spring games are a little bit different. You get to see more kind of live reps, and every program is a little bit different, right? Some are going to let media see more. Some are going to let media see less. I don't take a ton of stock saying that a guy who was one of the worst Power Five offensive linemen last year. I don't take a ton of stock in saying in someone in their practice report saying, "Oh yeah, he looks like really good right now." Like sometimes guys are just 6'6" and 320 pounds, and yeah, sure they look good because you're
Doing
standing right in
cardio.
front of them. Yeah, doing a lot of cardio out there on their practice field. I'm just saying, like, just be careful with that if you're reading practice reports about offensive lines and stuff. Just be wary of that. Okay, I'm going to encourage you to not count on Bruno Fina being a good player for this Duke team this year. In fact, if he's playing, it is a gigantic concern, I think.
Yeah, I think that's enough about the O line. I think we know it could be an area of concern. We'll see what Brewer can do to kind of mitigate it.
7 transfers. That's, that's how you know it's so bad. Good.
It's done.
Good God.
And well, listen. By the way, Duke's also a spot, and we got to mention this is where it's really tough to fix things to the portal. First of all, the O line is tough to fix to the portal in general,
It's
right?
impossible.
And yeah, it's a borderline impossible. And Duke is the program too, where you mention those names. It's like, oh, UCLA, it's Holy Cross, it is Northwestern, it's Penn, it's Stanford, right? You're getting a kind of a common theme of where they can pick from just because of the way that their program and their academics are. And so it is tough. But moving on to that defense, though, you lose Mike Elko, but you bring in Manny Diaz. Manny Diaz was a very good defense coordinator for Miami back in the day in the ACC, and then also for Penn State. He did some really good things there, and what he did, especially getting after the quarterback. So you lose a lot though on the D line. So RJ Oven gone to Notre Dame, and Ice Pebbles gone to Virginia Tech. Probably one of the more underrated transfer portal exits
And these Pebbles
in
is
all of
so
college
good.
football. Yeah, and then Dwayne Carter and Jamon Franklin, they're also gone as well. So you bring in some guys, right? Kennedy Charles, Will Sellier from Liberty and Penn, respectively. Try to mitigate that the kind of loss a little bit. Get some big veteran bodies in there who have played a good amount of football. Good, like that. And Aaron Hall is also returning in the interior. Even though you're losing 3 guys, I think you still have 3 guys that you feel okay about. You know, okay about playing if you have to, because you do have to.
It was a definite need though in the interior, right? And what do I say? Like places you don't want to be needing in the transfer portal, right? Interior defensive line, right, and offensive line. And, to some degree, secondary kind of, but I would say I don't know if Kenny Charles and Will Saylor are gonna give you exactly what was They might give you like replacement level, player, but they're not going to replace what was lost by any
It's going to be
stretch
a
of the
drop off.
imagination.
Yeah.
Mike Elko
But
had a crazy talented defense last year, and I don't think it's talked about enough. Like they had a nutty talented defense last year, and they had injuries in the secondary, and it's still, or so they had some injuries in the secondary, I should say, and they were still good and effective. I'm not very high on this defensive line. I think there's just too much loss there. Um,
the edge group, listen, the edge group, I know, Wesley Williams comes back and he's one of the better players, I think, on that football team, 6'3". He's still improving, right? But he graded out okay last year, and more is going to be asked upon him this year, right? To be maybe that leader of that group. But Ryan Smith's another year in the program. Vincent Anthony's in that program. Michael Reese as well. Kevin O'Connor, the staff likes, right? A younger kid. Um, we'll see. The year-to-year development at a program like Duke is so important, especially along the trenches, where you would love to be old at and experienced. And sometimes it's not always experience. It's more about guys that have been in the program for multiple years, kind of gotten their feet wet here and there. And then they have to, when more is asked upon them, they have to really be able to step up. So it's a little bit more remains to be seen, especially along that front. But I guess if there is, I'm more concerned about the interior guys relying on some transfers than, Wesley Williams. And, at least there's some kind of floor, I think, with him and Ryan Smith and Anthony's been in the program for a little bit now. Even though it's new coaching staff, they've been at the Duke for a while. They understand what's expected of them.
this linebacker group, I feel a lot better about, right? Because you have guys that are experienced, that are returning, and you also add, I mean, like you can talk about Ozzie Nicholas from Princeton,
Oh yeah,
but I want to highlight Alex Howard because he did originally commit to Texas A&M. He's played some pretty high level football. Actually, his best game probably at Youngstown State last year was against Ohio State. Alex Howard's a guy who's really fast. He can get to the football really quickly. I think he just didn't see a path to playing time at Texas A&M. That's why he got out of there. Don't think that Alex Howard is a bad player at all. I think Alex Howard, if he is a depth piece, um, on this in this linebacker core, then I think it's a pretty solid linebacker. I think that's a plus. I think that's a plus. And who knows? Alex Howard could find his way. I think that's a sneaky guy that, I was high on originally, but I just don't think he could find his way onto the field, given that there was a lot more size, speed, athleticism in that linebacker room at Texas A&M that he just couldn't get past.
now I'm with you there. You have Freeman and Moore's great returning duo, a very good returning duo, and then you got the couple transfers sprinkled here and there. Some young guys like Ozzie Nicholas. Um, I'm sorry, Kendall Johnson, excuse me. To be kind of sprinkling in, getting more better, providing good depth. It's a nice room. It's definitely a nice room. Something you can feel good about. A nice place to not have a weakness on for sure, because we've seen teams where they have gotten picked apart because of the bad linebacker play, and that's not going to happen here this year for Duke. In that secondary, you mentioned the talent that was on this team last year, and that secondary was talented. It was talented. It battled some
With an
injuries.
injury to a guy like Miles Jones, who was playing fantastic football the first 4 games of the season.
Yeah, and so definitely got some portal exits, right? Brennan Johnson goes to Oregon. But Chandler Rivers, man, he's back. He is really good. It's been good for a while now. I know Texas A&M fans were excited that potentially that he would follow Mike Elko, but I know Duke fans, they deserve it, man. You get Rivers back, you get Stinson back, Terry Moore, Joshua Pickett, right? He's a guy that's kind of getting there. It sounds like in year 4, he's putting it together, which is nice with this new staff. How do you feel about this room?
Yeah, I feel pretty good about it. I mean, with loss, right, comes if you have a degree to loss, right, you lose guys like Al Blade, Brennan Johnson, like you are going to have some degree of having to project guys. And I do think that there is experience in this room. I think there's some high level talent in this room, but you're still going to be kind of banking on, 1 or 2 guys having to step up in that role and play good football. And I'll say this Manny Diaz, okay, you Duke fans, you're gonna live and die by the Manny Diaz defense, all right? He's gonna get aggressive, okay? Here's what you have to have though. You have to have really good talent if you're gonna get aggressive, right? Now, I mean, if you're gonna get really aggressive and you are a really talented team, right, you can finish as a top 10 defense. If you're gonna get really aggressive and you're not gonna have the talent that can, execute your aggression, there's a chance that the floor could fall underneath you. However, I do think that the secondary on the back end, especially at the cornerback spot, I think it potentially is good enough to where you can get aggressive with that front seven because you might have to because you might not be able to get to the quarterback the way that you did last year, right? You might not be able to stop the run in the interior like you were able to last year with Aeneas Peebles, Dwayne Carter. So I do like the secondary. I like it. I'm still a little bit concerned about the defense in general and how they're going to be able to adapt to Manny Diaz's system and whether or not the aggression is going to pay off. Because sometimes, you turn up the aggression on the meter, right? And all of a sudden you're forcing turnovers, right? You're putting your offense, which, with that offensive line may need some help getting the ball down the field and getting put in good field positions. I don't see a ton of depth in this defensive back room beyond, those 6 guys that I'm kind of looking at right now. So, look, he had an injury to Miles Jones last year. Now, look, death taxes and an injury to Miles Jones. All right, now that's just what it is. I still think, like, at all these position groups, except maybe linebacker on the defensive side, I think you're still lacking a little bit of depth. So I'm worried about the depth on both lines of scrimmage. To some degree on the defensive line, I think it could be decent. And then I'm worried about some of the depth in the secondary. I still think the top end talent is there and it could be really good if you stay healthy. If this Duke team stays healthy, they can make a bowl game. All right, they can make a bowl game. But we can talk about their schedule, unless you had one other thing you wanted to mention for the secondary. So
No, feel pretty good.
their over win total is 5.5, and I'm gonna rip the band-aid off. Okay, I took the under, and I didn't just take the under, for this show, right? I mean, I took the under, right? And you can't get it at the number that I got it at, right? But it's at 5.5, right? And you can take it, right? At like minus like 175, 180, all right? I'm sorry that I didn't get the number out to you sooner, right? I didn't know that this was going to be, you know, bet down super hard. This line opened, by the way, at 6.5. That's pretty nuts to me. That line opened at 6.5. I didn't get it at the best number. I wish I'd gotten at the best number. I'm glad that I got it at a better number though. When I look at the schedule, you do see a lot of traditionally winnable games. I mean, you're out of conferences. Elon at Northwestern, Connecticut, Middle Tennessee. You're like, Matthew, why are you taking the under? One, the Northwestern game is on the road. I don't think that they win that game. All right. Sure, the other 3 out of conference games, you go 3-1. All right. UNC at home. Still like UNC in that game. They're more talented. Georgia Tech on the road. You get a bye week 7. FSU at home week 8. You're not winning that game. SMU at home. It's good you get that game at home, but I don't think you're winning that game. Miami on the road. NC State on the road. I don't think you're winning that game. Week 12, you have a bye. Virginia Tech at home. And then you get your most winnable game in the ACC in the end of the year when attrition and depth could rear its sore, ugly head. Or sore, ugly
On the
thumb.
road.
However that, on the road, right? I don't see them making a bowl game. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It would be, I think, really impressive if Manny Diaz was able to, and I've said this before, famously last year, pounded the Northwestern under at like 3.5, and they won 8 games. So, look, so Duke fans, you can just
Hopefully you're right.
You can bookmark this all you want. And honestly, I won't care if they do go over. I hope they do, man. I thought it was a pretty terrible situation that y'all were put in. This team was in complete rebuild mode after the way Mike Elko left it. I thought Manny Diaz was a good hire. I think Malik Murphy was a good get. I think he was a good get. It was unfortunate that the quarterback decommitted 4-star who I forget.
Cherry.
Cherry, yeah. Chow Cherry.
Cherry.
It's unfortunate that he decommitted as well. It's not this year. Okay. Let's give it a wait. Okay. just give it away. Get through the season, enjoy it, right? Enjoy those first 4 weeks. When you have a winning record, it's gonna be awesome. Okay. And then season ticket holders, I'm sorry. You might not win a single game in the ACC this year at
Well,
home.
listen here. Listen here. North Carolina, I think week 5. First of all, Duke, North Carolina, anything can happen that day. And same goes for Wake Forest, week 14. With all that being said, I'm with you too. I'm on the under as well. And not quite as good price as you got it, but I might soak up all that juice. I might even do that. It's tough.
It might
It's
still be
really tough.
going down. That number still might be going down. So if you get it, it still probably won't be the worst number that you can get it at.
A lot of it has to do with schedule dynamics and the attrition, the depth, like you said. Um, we'll see. But I do like what Manny Diaz is doing as a program. I do think Duke, by the way, every coach that's been here has won football games within the last, decade or so, decade and a half. And I know it's 2 coaches, right? But again, there's been success. There's been sustained success, multiple different eras. So I do think Duke's in a position where they can absolutely succeed with Manny Diaz. It just might not be this year, but that's all right. It's a rebuilding year. But also, we said that about Mike Elko, year 1. We said we're like, yeah, this Duke team is not very good. I don't see it. And then all of a sudden, boom, they were winning 7, 8 games, and they were, the talk of the town. So we'll see. I hope I'm wrong, but yeah, I'll go the under on Duke.
A team coming off of a undefeated regular season and an ACC championship comes into the year with an over-under win total of 9.5. You lose a lot of key pieces, a lot of key pieces from that team just a year ago that was really good. Is it replaceable? Is the question that everyone's asking, and hopefully we can help y'all answer that question a little bit today. I think the schedule, it's not great. I think there are some favors that you were dealt in some situations, but also there's some losable games on here. But let's just get into it. At the quarterback spot, right? DJU comes in as a transfer. You're gonna get the good with the bad, DJU. I think we've seen enough of him to know what he is. I think we understand the floor of him, and I think we understand the ceiling, right? I don't think there's a huge difference between the floor and the ceiling. I think the floor is a little bit lower than you would have liked it, right? I think there's some situations at Oregon State where he was able to elevate his game a lot because of his offensive line being really, really good and having a run game that was also very, very, very effective. We'll see how it translates over here to Florida State because, I don't feel great about what's behind them necessarily.
No, I'm with you here. I mean, he is who he is, and that's okay. And I think that's part of the reason why they brought him in here is just stability at the quarterback position. You saw Brock Glenn, and listen, he could be a good starter down the road for sure. But it sounds like he just didn't have that in him last year to do anything. And obviously, they didn't feel comfortable with him going into this year. And yes, there were some good quarterbacks in the market, but there really wasn't a ton. There really wasn't a ton. And listen, Norvell does a good job with quarterbacks, so I guess he could, definitely be playing his best football that we've seen him play at the college level. But I'm not expecting him in year 5 with a ton of playing experience to make this huge, huge jump. He is great, but again, he could be a very, very serviceable quarterback. You could win the ACC with him being exactly what he's been the last couple of years. Remember, Clemson won. I think Clemson won an ACC title game. Obviously, this is a much stronger conference than it was when he was back in it. So at least he has some familiarity with there. But yeah, I don't know. Brock Glenn's fine. Not great last year. But Luke Kromenhoek, I want to mention him. No, he's a talented kid. I mean, he was a guy they got in
Very
on,
good.
and they've done a good job. It sounds like that they really like him. He looks to be the part, and it should be fun down the road, obviously in 2025 and beyond. Hopefully not this year. Something happens to DJU.
Yeah, in the running back room, you lose Trey Benson, okay? And Trey Benson, both you and I think, agreed that he probably was the best running back prospect going out in the NFL this
Mm-hmm.
past year. So it can't be understated that he was an important part of this offense, and he was really, really good. However, I think he got some talent here. That's
Yep.
really Roy Dell Williams is a guy that, I was banging for him to get more carries last year over at Alabama. He was really, really good. Hard runner. I think Tofili, kind of an in-house guy from Florida State. I think both of those guys, I don't know who's going to get the most of the carries. Is it going to be Roy Dell Williams, you think? I don't know. What are you hearing out of camp?
Yeah, I think that Williams is just your typical, bell cow starting type running back where he is just 3-4 yards in a cloud of dust. I mean, he runs so well. We talked about him all last year at Alabama, where he was so fun to watch just because of the way he's physical. He finishes runs. He's got good vision. I know Florida State seems to be very, very excited with him on those early returns. So it'll probably be him, and then Philly just gives you a different kind of gear, different kind of burst, maybe a little bit more out of the backfield than a guy like Roydell Williams gives you. So it's a perfect 1A, 1B type complementary lightning and thunder, all that good stuff that they do have. And then in terms of that pair and the spare that we always talk about, Jalen Lucas can be that guy similar to Toafili. He's more explosive. He's a kick returner, I think, too, where he is, really, really fun to watch. And then you got some young kids behind that. I guess Kazai Holmes is there, but we'll see how Cam Davis and Samuel Singleton, Makai Danzy, how they're progressing and what they can do. But it's really those top three. And if you get behind that, I think that's where you start dipping into your depth. That's not where you want to be. But yeah, Williams and Toafili, that's a really good 1-2 punch.
I agree. And this receiver room, and I've heard people be really high on this receiver room this year. I'm not sure if I'm on that exact same train. I don't think replacing Johnny Wilson and Keon Coleman is just, oh, easy come, easy go. Keon Coleman for Malik Benson. It's 1A, 1B, right? No, not at all. Malik Benson is a very good football player. I think Jalen Brown can be a good player. I think Ja'Kai Douglas is decent. I think Hakeem Brown's, if he hits his ceiling, holy cow, like as a true sophomore, that would be nuts. I don't feel great about this wide receiver room. And look, I don't think DJ has really ever operated with an elite wide receiver room anywhere he's been. But I think this is a room that I think for some reason, like, I feel better about Clemson's wide receiver room than I feel about Florida State's wide receiver room.
That's not crazy.
Well, I know you love Clemson's wide receiver room, but I'm not in love with this wide receiver room at all. I think there's some definite questions in this room.
No, I'm more of a wait and see. I think you got too many question marks. Ja'Kai Douglas, has had his moments um, with Florida State, but again, that was behind some elite receivers. I mean, Keon Coleman was game changing. Think about where they would have been offensively without a guy like him. That was a late portal ad. Johnny Wilson obviously did it for years as well. Yeah, to me, Benson, I mean, he was advanced metrically, he was one of the worst wide receivers in Power Five. And I know it's a different offense and it was weird with Jalen Milroe. You had a couple other receivers that were really starting to emerge at the end of the year, but he's obviously talented, right? Same thing goes for, Jalen Brown. He sounds like he's having a good camp. He's got that speed that we love. You mentioned Hakeem Williams. I mean, what a talent he could be. I'm still, waiting to see on him and to rely upon him. I think in year two is not quite ideal. Elijah Moore is a guy that's interesting. It's a big-bodied freshman receiver that sounds like he's been having a good camp. I know guys at Florida State like him a lot, but again, if you're relying on a true freshman that's maybe not quite ready to play, that's not really where you want to be for Florida State. And I get it, you lose those guys, that happens. But I do think the strength of this team can be running the football, and I mean, you got a really good offensive line, which we'll get into. But again, if these guys develop, that would be awesome. But you mentioned DJU doesn't need elite weapons. It's not like he's a guy that I think can really take advantage of them anyways. So it's almost just like Malik Benson's a really good run blocker, and that's going to be really nice as well. And so it's just kind of like that. I think that's how I feel with this receiving core.
Yeah. And, tight end room, of course, doesn't necessarily wow me a lot. I think Morlock is a decent tight end. Um, I think he's got snaps. I think he's fine to go to as a guy. Jaheim Bell, I think, is a loss, in terms of like having a weapon like him. Uh, and we talk about, being a true freshman like Landon Thomas, while very talented and has all the room in the world to grow as an athlete, It's hard to come in year one and be ready. Like, you don't see that a lot. And when guys have, like Brock Bowers, Luke Haas, it's pretty unicorn stuff that has to happen for that to really be the case.
No, I'm with you there, absolutely. But this O-line group, right? I think it can be a really good group. Last year, they shuffled it in and out, a lot of guys. A lot of guys got reps, and that's only going to help them, I think, for this year, too. And let's hope they stay healthy as well. Keep a guy like DJU upright, because, again, he's got time in the pocket. He's pretty good. Under pressure, though, you see him struggle. You see him turn the ball over. But with that clean pocket, good things happen. And Darius Washington, right? It's a pretty damn good player. Brace Smith. Andre Jones is back. Jeremiah Byers. I mean, these are TJ Ferguson, right? He's in there as well. I mean, you got a lot of guys. Robert Scott. These are old guys who have played football and that can be contributing guys for you. Jacob Rizzi. It's a guy from a smaller school. He's been good in the interior
Idaho
line
State,
as well.
I
So
believe. Is that Idaho State? Yeah.
I'll double check that. But yeah.
But yeah, no, you have guys up and down 1 through 9 that I
Harvard.
is it Harvard?
Yeah, Harvard.
Interesting. I had it as Iowa State or Idaho State. Yeah, up and down this roster, 1 through 9, I feel pretty stinking good about. I mean, 1 through 4 played 450 snaps for you last year, right? You had Richie Leonard and TJ Ferguson, like you talked about, just to add to that, depth, whether or not they're going to compete for that starting spot, is to be determined, I think. I feel really good about this offensive line. And I think the staff does too, as well. I know they brought in transfers, and I think those were luxury ads. I don't think those were necessarily, like, for example, bringing in Roydell Williams and Malik Benson, TJ Ferguson. Like, those are all guys. They had coaching changes. They all hit the portal, and I think those were luxury gets for them. I think Malik Benson was more of a need for sure. I think Roydell Williams probably definitely was a need, but I think TJ Ferguson was a guy that was just a very, very nice luxury get on the offensive line. So I'm loving this offensive line. So DJU did a good job transferring here. If he said, "Hey, I'm gonna go play for Oregon State because they have a great offensive line," and then he's like, "I'm gonna go play for Florida State because they have a great offensive line," well, I don't blame him.
He
Stay
knows what he's
clean, man.
doing.
Stay clean. Stay very clean. So I'm very high. And if there is a reason that this offense hits the ceiling, I think it's because this offensive line is exactly what we think it can be. And their run game is very effective. And, you might have mentioned this earlier, just giving your quarterback enough time, giving enough time for the receivers for that play to develop, allowing yourself to be effective in play action, because Lord knows Oregon State was good at that last year. Just this offensive line is very good, and it has a chance to elevate this offense. It's very, like you said, it's very important. Very, very, very important.
Not too long ago, this offensive line was terrible under Norvell when he first got here. And they've done a good job to really kind of regroup and get these guys going. And it's been awesome. It'll be exciting to see it's where you want to be. You want to get old where they are right now, where they got a bunch of seniors, and stay old there. And it should be awesome this year, I think, for DJU.
On the defensive side of the football, I think it's going to be good. I think last year they had a very good defense last year. Some of that benefited, a little bit from schedule, but they also played against LSU, right? Like the best offense in the country. And in the second half of that game, they played very well. You lose guys like Jared Verse. You lose a guy like Braden Fisk. I think Braden Fisk,
love it.
obviously, was a lesser loss than Jared Verse. I think Braden Fisk was a guy that maybe we underrated heading into last season, coming from Western Michigan, and a guy that maybe NFL scouts are overrating. So, but I think he was still a really good player, very effective in pass rush. It's always tough to lose a guy like that, and it's clear that there was, some need to fill, not necessarily production, because I think a guy like Patrick Payton is still so good, right? And I think you still have some nice pieces there on the defensive line, but bringing in a guy like Marvin Jones, Loya, good Lord, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that name, from Colorado State. Or sorry,
No, from
from
Grady Kelly's from Colorado
from
State. No, you
sorry,
can do
Grady
that
Kelly.
one.
Sorry, Grady Kelly's from Colorado State. Um,
Durojaye.
Durjai, thank you for the save right there. CD throwing me a life raft there. Yeah, I think they got plenty of pieces where they can get super creative with this defensive front of Florida State. I don't know. There's some high end talent here. No Jared
Well,
versus
I
that I'm
mean,
seeing. I mean,
Marvin
Patrick,
Jones. Holy cow.
the upside with Marvin Jones is significant, right? I just still think I don't think you're going to see a ton of people play over 600 snaps on this defensive line. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, to me, I see an upside to Daryl Jackson. He's an athletic dude. To me, I am worried on the interior group. I mean, Patrick Payton, obviously really, really good. Lolea, Dora, Durajaye, uh, and then even Marvin Jones. It sounds like he's turning a corner too. On the edge group, I feel really good. Interiorly, though, who steps up behind Jackson? How much can Joshua Farmer improve? Because yeah, he played a lot last year, but again, I was not super impressed with what he did. Daniel Lyons, he's having a good camp. He's a young kid, right? But how much does that transfer over? Again, I'm more so nitpicking Florida State because they are at a spot where we're going to grade them on a different curve than we grade other teams in the ACC, right? This is where you have to be championship level at all of your positions. And interior defensive line is something that I see as something that concerns me. And I hope I'm wrong. And you've got bodies in there, you got talent in there. It'll be about developing and consistency, staying healthy as well. But to me, yeah, I guess behind Daryl Jackson, and if Daryl Jackson hits his ceiling, right, who else is there? Who else is coming up with him?
Yeah, you lost your top four. Is that your top five snap getters from the interior defensive line position, right? Because Malcolm
Well,
Ray,
Farmer's back.
well, Farmer's back. Okay, yes, but regardless, though, Malcolm Ray's the guy that you would have liked to probably have as a death piece, but he's over there at Rutgers now. Of course, we just talked about losing Braden Fisk. Love it. Yeah, I mean, I understand your concern for the interior defensive line. I do.
But moving on to that linebacker spot, though, yeah, DJ Lundy is a pretty solid player. They're going to build their defense around him. Blake Nicholson is a young guy that they're high on. He's improving as well. Cam Riley comes over from Auburn. How about that? A really nice portal get to pair him with another Alabama kid, or I guess in-state with Alabama, Sean Murphy, very athletic kid in his own right, sitting behind some freaks there at Alabama, and then Justin Crider behind them. So yeah, we'll see, how the rotations, how the snap counts and all that stuff kind of plays up. But the bottom line, you feel pretty good about this group. Is that just me?
No, I'm with you. I also I feel good about the upside of it, right? I feel good about the depth of it. I think, well, like you said, if your concerns about the interior defensive line, I share some of the same concerns as you, right? If the concern about the interior defensive line is there, right, it is going to mean that your linebackers are that much more important, and which is why it's nice to have an experienced guy like DJ Lundy, right? I'm assuming he's going to play Mike, put guys in positions, right, for his team to succeed. Or is Cam Riley going to play Mike? You're going to have to help me out here. But either way, I think having some experienced guys at linebacker like Lundy and Riley, either one of them, I think I'd feel comfortable with, getting the plays in. I think this linebacker group's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you lose Tatum Bethune and Kalen DeLoach, who was pretty impactful for you. But yeah, with Lundy, Nicholson, even Omar Graham, Cam Riley probably should be named higher than a couple of those guys. You feel pretty good about this group. I'm with you 100%. I don't know exactly position by position how it's going to break down. We'll see, week 0, by the way, coming up soon, which is so fun against Georgia Tech. We'll see how that snap count breaks down. So, regardless, so to me, the pairing and maybe the starters, but even just whole group in general that I love is this cornerback room. And I see you smiling too, because how can you not? What's not to like? What is not to like with Fentrell Cypress returning, who was, solid for you last year. He got better as the year went on and is getting better in camp, right? Now, here's what I'll say real quick about that is I do wonder if the receivers he's going up against, does that concern me just a little bit? But listen, he's a guy that was really talented at Virginia. Didn't quite put it together last year. Sounds like he's found more of that in him. But AZ Thomas, man, that is the guy that's going to be a high draft pick. If there's anybody on this roster, which there's a ton, right? But AZ Thomas is a guy that's uber talented, came on so strong last year for you, and just continuing to get better and better and better. And that's fun. And then also in the slot there, Earl Little. God damn it, man. I love his game so much. I mean, he is so good. The fact that they can go out and get him, the fact they didn't play. I mean, it was sitting behind Brian Branch and Malachi Moore, so I get it, right? That happens at Alabama sometimes. But make no mistake, Earl Little Jr. is really good. And he's flashed since a freshman, damn near in that spring game a couple years ago. I remember he had a nice pick or something like that where he really flashed. And I know Florida State's excited about him.
Yeah, I mean at the safety position too, you're bringing back plenty of experience in Shaheem Brown, Devontae Brown, uh, as well. Both guys with plenty of experience. I mean, yeah, but like you said, those two corners are. It's probably the best corner duo in the ACC for sure.
Yeah, and you even lose, guys
You
like
lose Renardo Green.
Yeah, Green, Jarian Jones, Greedy Vance is I think off to Louisville.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter. And you even got depth there too. I mean, well, Amari Cooper, I think, comes back, right? Quindarius Jones got some snaps last year, looked good in some of them. Charles Lester's a young kid. Right? How much does he contribute in year one? But he was a highly rated recruit in his own right. Conrad Hussey, another guy. Kevin Knowles. Again, there's a lot of depth. There's a lot of talent and upper echelon talent, which you don't see a lot in college football. And it's really nice to have shut down corners and letting those pass rushers really get after the quarterback. And that's where you get your opportunistic plays. That's where you get your turnovers, your sacks, getting out the field on third down. All that's good. All that you want in a defense, obviously.
Yeah, and an underrated part of Florida State's game also was their special teams. Not only their coverage teams, but Ryan Fitzgerald, fantastic place kicker. Mastromano, I think, is a very good punter as well, averaging 45.5 yards. I think 43 net yards. Whatever that number was. Very good special teams, and that'll win you those, games where the margins are very thin. When you're, like you said, playing at that championship level. Complementing your defense with a special teams like this can be very effective, specifically at the place kicking and the punter positions. Let's talk about their schedule now. Week 0, aka, I don't know, a couple days from now when we post this, Florida State's going to be squaring off against Georgia Tech in the first college football game of the 2024 season in Division I football in Dublin, Ireland. That should be a great game. I'm excited. The line's like 11.5. But beyond that, they play Boston College week 2 at home. And then they get a bye week 2, right? Week 3, Memphis at home. Week 4, Cal at home. SMU on the road week 5. Clemson at home week 6. Then you get your second bye, because you got 3, because you got a week 0 game. Duke on the road. Miami on the road. UNC at home. Notre Dame on the road. Bye week 12. Was it Charleston Southern or whatever, week 13 at home? Then Florida at home, week 14. Where are we going with this? The over and win total is at 9.5, juice to the over most places except FanDuel, where it's juice to the under.
Listen, I was hoping to be on the under or on the over, but I'm on the under. I think it's just too many question marks at wide receiver. Limitedness, I guess, is the correct verb or the correct word to describe the quarterback room, and then interior defensive line, something that does concern me. And also, it's not an easy schedule either. I mean, I'm looking at a couple games that are just super losable. Florida at the end of the year, I know they're going to be beat up, but they're going to be wanting to win a football game. They might be desperate to save Billy Napier's job, and then also Notre Dame on the road too. That's 2 tough out of conference games, as well as Memphis. who Mike Norvell revenge game, right? And so it's not like they're a cakewalk either. And into the ACC, you also get Georgia Tech in Dublin, which, by the way, I think we both agree here is losable football game just because it's in Dublin, and Georgia Tech's a damn dangerous football team. Same goes for on the road at SMU, Clemson at Miami. I don't think SMU's an elite football team, but I'm saying on the road at SMU, who
Yes.
knows where. It's not that they should lose the game, but it's going to be wear and tear and all that stuff. At least you get Cal at home. You don't have to go across the country to either Cal or Stanford, which is nice. But yeah, too many losable football games. I think 9-3. It's a very successful season. It's the under though.
Yeah, I think there's a situation where they could beat Clemson and still only win 9 games, you know?
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I'm with you here. I'm slightly into the under, not bettable for me. Even on some of these other books where you can get it, like I think you can get Florida State. Oh, you can get under 9.5 at around like minus 102 on like BetMGM. I think that's what that number is. Whatever, minus 125. It's 125 to the over, so probably like minus 102, 105 to the under. Yeah, not enough for me, to be honest. But I still think this team could be good. Like if that offensive line plays really well, I don't think they have to throw the ball that effectively to win some of these football games. Uh, I think the issue does come some of those important games you get on the road, right? I think Miami and Notre Dame, and like you said, that Georgia Tech game scares the crap out of me. Now, I think they'll win that football game because I think they're more physical along the lines of scrimmage. But yeah, I'm with you. I see too many spots where they could slip up. I don't see SMU on the road as a problem at all, to be honest. And I don't see Memphis as a problem, but I see Georgia Tech as a problem game. Miami is a problem game. Notre Dame is a problem game. Florida is a problem game. Clemson is a problem game. That's 5 problem games that I'm seeing. Math's not mathing for me, so I'm a slightly into the under. Let's move on. Let's talk about oh, speaking of teams that are playing in week 0, Georgia Tech, the Yellow
Hell
Jackets.
yeah.
Brent Key, what a fantastic job he's doing. And by the way, the win total on Georgia Tech this year is not reflective of the job that Brent Key is doing with this football program. They've just landed a 5-star recruit, an offensive lineman. That is the Brent Key effect. 1,000%. Brent Key is a dude. He's a guy that Christopher and I have been talking about for a while now about being a great coach and a great hire. Yeah, let's ride the Brent Key wave, shall we? At the quarterback position, you got the upside. You kind of hit the ceiling with Haynes King last year. The good with the bad, right? You got the explosive athletic plays from Haynes King, and the deep balls down the field, but it also came at a slight price of maybe not taking care of the football all the time. Uh, but that's what you get with Haynes King. Like he's just a true gunslinging, long view legend at heart, right? Just and that can win you football games that you're not supposed to win. Now it can also lose you football games. Hence the Louisville game last year, early in that season. Was that week 1? So I do like Haynes King. I think he's a good quarterback. If you're playing college fantasy football, you know that Haynes King is going very high as a commodity because he put up the numbers. But I also think Zach Pyron as a backup, pretty solid as well. I
Yeah,
think
remember
both of
that
those guys.
competition?
Oh, yep, they had a complete quarterback battle last year. So I feel good about both of those guys if Haynes King goes down because face it, he's not the thickest boy on on the on the planet, right? Got hurt at Texas A&M a couple times. However, last year stayed healthy. That was the plan. And this offense, I think, really did some good things, averaging almost 30 points a game, which is pretty good for them. So I'll give them that.
He was awesome. He was so fun to watch. You're exactly right. There was a lot of good, a lot of bad, and everything in between. But listen, I think he is. Listen, I don't know if he's the best quarterback in the ACC, like Brent Key said, and I love Brent Key, but he is a damn good one, and especially when he's healthy, especially when he's playing well. And I think year 2 with Buster Faulkner is going to do wonders. And you bring back just about everybody, right? You bring back just about everybody. Speaking of really, really good players returning, Jamal Haynes. He is a good football player. Over 1,000 yards last year, 6.1 yards per carry, 7 touchdowns. I love what they did. Their running schemes last year were so fun. Those wide zones, and you just had those one cuts and just you take off and it's 7-8 yards. It was really fun when they got going. You also have Trey Cooley, who again has experience being a starter too. He was started beginning of last year until Haynes took over. You got Dickens coming along as well. Anthony Carey, how about that? As a true freshman, he's a big body guy that can run well in between the tackles. Sounds like he's progressing well. You got Chad Alexander as well, that drawing praises as too after these scrimmages, and then Maddox as well. You're hoping that he's healthy, give you that, big back, maybe a little different change up than, guys like King and Haynes. But again, yeah, this rushing attack was really good last year, and it should be really good again this year.
It's also good because Haynes King was also really effective with his legs as well. Yeah, I agree with everything you said about the running back room. In the receiver room, you have some really underrated pieces, I think. Eric Singleton Jr. is very good at football. All right. As a true freshman last year, he was fantastic. And there's always a couple wide receivers, a couple of those skill positions every year that you see emerge as true freshmen, and Eric Singleton was one of them. 48 catches for 714 yards, 8 touchdowns, 2.38 yards per route run. Very good. All this while having an average depth of target of 14.8, just to show you how much of a gunslinger Haynes King is back there, which is awesome. All right. Malik Rutherford, right? Christian Leary, Avery Boyd. I think all solid, decent pieces. Chase Lane, a veteran guy, not necessarily your upside, super duper speedster, but a guy that can give you snaps, right? So at least his experience in that part, like where some injuries do happen to some top guys. Like Chase Lane has plenty of snaps in the SEC. And he'll be just fine. And also the chemistry with Haynes King as well, being from Texas A&M as well.
Yeah, I'm with you on this group, 1,000%. I'm hoping for a little bit more outside of, your Singleton and Rutherford. We'll see. Yeah, like you mentioned, some of those guys that can step up in those roles, but they're a bunch of juniors, redshirt juniors, redshirt seniors, 4th-year guys.
And then Eric Singleton.
And then there's Singleton, who's awesome. But yeah, I like this too. I say Cannon too as a highly rated recruit, and Trey Horn too. We'll see how they progress. Ideally, you don't really need them this year, which obviously speaks to how they're recruiting and all that, developing, retaining, all that good stuff. But if one of those guys pops, gravy, like I always say, but not relying on that too much. It's just Singleton and a couple of pretty solid guys outside of Rutherford. So, well, outside like Rutherford's really good, pretty good, and then everyone else is pretty solid, I guess. If I didn't say that right. That tight end room though, listen, you got Seether, you got Gooday, you got Jackson Hawes coming in. You're bringing in a bunch of transfers, and I guess to me that's pretty telling that I guess you want to use them. I mean, Faulkner likes Josh Beetham, right, coming over from Michigan, who sat behind a couple of really good tight ends there. How much does Haynes King use his tight ends? I mean, it'll be interesting to see. Last year, I mean, Leonard had 150 yards, but that was kind of about it. We'll see how it goes this year.
Yeah, along the offensive line, they somehow managed to get rid of like the worst 2 pieces of their offensive line. And look, Corey Robinson had his struggles last year as well, like when he played, but we'll see if him stepping up in that role as a starter, like, can he be a dude? I don't know. Keelan Rutledge coming over from Middle Tennessee. But Connor Scaglione wasn't that great. Okay. Is Keelan Rutledge going to be an upgrade over that? I don't know, right? And he comes from G5, so I'm always skeptical of guys coming from G5 to P5 or P4 at the offensive line position, right? Very different football game than the skill position players are playing. So I am concerned about that piece right there. But overall, I'm pretty okay about this offensive line. The depth, if you start really dipping into that depth, though, I think there is definitely some concern unless you can convince me otherwise.
Well, you're hoping, a guy like Jordan Brown, who was hurt last year, it sounds like he's putting in the work to try to get um, back to his old self. And Harrison Moore, early enrollee, he's a guy that sounds like he's making waves. So we'll see. But again, you don't want to be relying upon true freshmen on your depth. And yeah, like you said, let's stay healthy. Let's make sure Rutledge translates well, and he'll be tested early. And I don't think that Florida State defensive interior is as good as maybe it has been in the last year or so, but it's still talented, and
Yeah,
you're
and
gonna have to wake up pretty early.
I didn't mention McKinney either. Did you talk about him at all?
No,
I mean, he got valuable snaps as a true freshman last year, and you know what? There were not a lot of true freshman offensive linemen that were very good last year. And I wouldn't
no,
say McKinney was great on the offensive line, but having those snaps going into his sophomore season now, I think it provides some serious value. Now, is he going to start on this offensive line? I don't know. I really don't know. Probably something that if I just typed into Google right now, I could probably figure out. But we want to look at this offensive line as a whole right now in every piece that they have, and it seems like they kind of have enough. Where I think that they can, piece together some offenses. And I don't think Haynes King needs the best offensive line, right? And I know you want to protect him, right? But he's mobile, right? He's really good when the play breaks down. I think he's good at keeping his eyes downfield, which he wasn't, 2 years ago. But I thought he did a really nice job of that last year. So I'm optimistic about this offensive line, maybe more than I should be, but I'm a little bit optimistic. Is that how you feel?
yeah, no, definitely. But the defense, by the way, that was your problem last year, and that got you into some trouble. Closing out some games. I'm thinking Boston College. I'm thinking some others. And you also lose a guy like Cal Kennard, who's off to South Carolina. Very good player that you're going to miss. But hey, you got
And
Kevin
Daquan
Harris back.
Dowse.
Thank you, Daquan Dowse. You got Kevin Harris back, right? It's a returning guy looking to expand into the number one edge role. Romello Height comes over from USC. He quickly impressed that staff there. He's been rushing the quarterback pretty well. Jordan Boyd, he was a guy that had a nice spring. Montre Bradford, Brent Key seems to be high on him. We'll see how that edge group gets and how they can replace a guy like Kennard and get after the quarterback, because last year, even with Kennard, they struggled in getting off the field.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you bring in 9 transfers on one side of the football, um, it's a little bit. That there were some concerns, but some of these guys, I think are okay. I think some of these guys are decent. Okay, the good news about this defense, um, when I'm looking at it, especially in the front seven, I'm seeing guys with lots of snaps,
Yeah.
guys with redshirt senior, redshirt junior next to their name, which I like in the front seven, right? Those are guys that are more mature, more physical. Now, you can be mature, right, and be physically impressive, but also not good at football, right? But I do think that there are some pieces here on the defense that are decent. I mean, in terms of like your run defense last year was abysmal, and I think that's an understatement. 223 yards allowed per game on the ground. You're allowing 5.4 yards per carry, and teams ran the ball 57% of the time against you, which, if you didn't know, yeah, it's a lot. People ran the ball more on Georgia Tech than uh, just about almost every other team in college football. There were only 9 teams in college football that people ran the ball against more, you know. And I'm sure some of those teams were really bad, and a lot of that had to do with maybe some game script there. So to say that Georgia Tech's defense in the front seven in regards to the run game was bad, yeah, it was pretty bad. It was really bad. How do
Yeah,
they
I
fix
mean,
it? How do they fix
well,
it, right? You're kind of
you
running
run
it
guys.
back with this interior group, but you maybe add a couple guys.
Oh yeah, Zeke Biggers, he comes in. Um, Marcus Scott, Thomas Gore is a guy they've been talking about, waiting on him. Horace Lockett as well, going to play nose. Shymick Jones, a younger kid, he's been progressing. We'll see. I mean, Jordan Vandenberg coming in from Penn State. Listen, man, I don't know. I don't know. I hope they're right. I really do because this team, it's pretty fun and it's got a tough schedule. And this is not a schedule where you want to be not able to stop the run because it can get really tough. And you got bodies in there. You got Power Five bodies in there. It's just about execution and all that. We'll see how Santucci comes in. It's a new defensive coordinator, right? He comes in from Duke
Yep.
and previous that Texas A&M. We'll see if he can stop the run because he works with the linebackers and linebacking play was not good either last year. And he can come in and hopefully right that ship as well.
Yeah, see, that's a mistake that I made going into last year is, and I still will stand by this, that 2 years ago, I know you had two what you thought were really good linebackers that I didn't necessarily think were all that great. I know they were like third team all ACC and then just didn't get drafted and got cut immediately in the NFL, right? I thought that there would be an improvement in this linebacker group. I thought bringing in Braylon Oliver, I thought would help in the run game. It did not at all. He was actually pretty terrible.
Yeah.
So that was a mistake on my part. That was a mistake on my part. Can this linebacker group be better than it was last year? Because it feels like in this room, you bring in two guys. I don't know if either of them are going to start, right? Do those gets in the transfer portal feel more like luxuries or you think necessities?
Which one you talking about?
In the linebacker room, talking about Hamilton and Lightsey.
I think they might be out of there.
Are they
I think
gone?
I'm not sure. I think
Well,
they've transferred
either way, it's
out.
going to be effort and Tatum, right?
Yeah, so you got effort needs to improve on last year, like we said. So Tatum, it sounds like he's developing. He's a 4-star kid. I mean, they've been kind of waiting on that, haven't they? Um, he's been putting on weight, got stronger. Hopefully, he's gonna improve as well. I mean, Taj Butler is a guy that played well as an early enrollee in spring. Um, I guess maybe Hamilton Lightsey are playing there. I'm sorry, guys. I one source I'm seeing has and one source doesn't. So regardless, if those guys are there, that is huge because that's nice depth that they can count on to rotate in. Having
But it's
experience
just, but
also
it's just,
special teams
but
as
it's just
well.
depth, right? I mean, like I think I don't know, I don't know how good this linebacking core really was last year. If Tatum takes a step, we're potentially anticipating that he might. I think Kyle Effort isn't bad. I don't think he's um I don't think Kyle Effort is bad. All right. I thought he was actually one of the brighter spots in this linebacking core last year. If Hamilton and Lightsey to me are just depth pieces, maybe they just brought them in to be depth pieces, and it's possible that they feel pretty decent about this. What do you say? Maybe they feel good about this linebacker room.
Yeah, but to me that safety room, moving on unless you got more linebacker, that's a fun one with Clayton Powell-Lee, LaMiles Brooks. Those are some playmakers they got on the back end of their defense, and man, do they need it because last year was tough again. And you're also losing a lot of your cornerbacks. It's going to be some young, inexperienced guys, transfers coming in, kind of, patchwork there. We'll see how it works. And like we said earlier with that D line, I mean, you got week 1, week 0, it's Florida State. And then it's Syracuse week 2 that you got to win as well. So we'll see. We'll see right away. We'll know.
Yeah, I think you got a group of really physical corners. I mean, they brought in 4 transfers, but are a lot of these guys going to play? I don't know if a ton of these guys are really going to play. I do think, like you said, the safeties are definitely the premier spot in the secondary. Amar Harvey comes back. He played significant snaps last year. Rodney Shelley also played pretty significant snaps for them last year as well. And the secondary wasn't as abysmal as the run game was. And I think, it doesn't help your secondary when your run game is terrible. We'll see if any of these guys in the portal that they brought in, like uh Gibbs, Burrell, Daniels, sorry, not Daniels. Yeah,
Davis.
Davis, Seymour. Wait, am I reading this? Sorry, I have these lines kind of messed up or whatever. But are any of those guys going to play significant snaps? I mean, they could if you end up dipping into the depth, but it feels like they got 9 transfers on this defense, like we talked about. But how many of them were needs and how many of them were just depth pieces that they feel like they needed? I don't know. Or were these misses in the transfer portal? These are a lot of questions that I have about this team. But I do think there might be enough here on this team where this team could mess around and some teams could definitely find out.
Well, that would be awesome. Well, no, because I just ask Miami, right? Ask Miami.
Ask
You can't
Miami,
mess around with Georgia Tech.
ask UCF. Look, the over win total is 5. I know you're probably staring at that 4.5. And look, if you want to bet over, take the 4.5 from FanDuel minus whatever that juice is, because that is the better number to get it at. I look at their schedule. It is a brutal schedule, and this is why this win total's at 5. Right, this is probably a 7-win football team that has a 5-win schedule. Right, you're playing FSU in Dublin week 0, like we talked about just this coming Saturday. You get Georgia State week 1 at home, who is terrible, by the way. You should pound them. Syracuse on the road week 2. VMI at home, who's terrible. Louisville on the road. Then week 5, you have a bye. Duke at home week 6. UNC on the road week 7. Notre Dame at home week 8. Virginia Tech on the road week 9. Week 10, you have a bye. Week 11, you have Miami, Florida at home. 12, you have a bye. Week 13, you get NC State at home, and then you get Georgia to end the season. Week 14, Georgia, Miami, Virginia Tech on the road, Notre Dame, at UNC, at Louisville, and Florida State. Brutal schedule. So yeah, sometimes for some people looking at the schedule, I say for some people, it may be hard to find 6 wins on this schedule. But when I look at the schedule, I see 6 wins more often than I see 4 wins. I think you got Georgia Tech is a win. I think VMI is a win. I think Syracuse, I think that's a win, by the way. I know you're looking at Syracuse win total and you're like, oh, but Georgia Tech's a better football team than Syracuse, I think, this year. So that's 3. I think Duke, right? And then the rest of it, they're just winnable games, and you're kind of still scraping because they're not going to be favored likely in any of those games. They could be favored by the time they play North Carolina week 7. They could be favored in that game. Now, if UNC, if that game was in Atlanta, I think Georgia Tech would actually be favored in that game. If the Louisville game was in Atlanta, I would feel better about it. I don't know if necessarily Georgia Tech would be favored in that game, but I think they can win that game. I think they can beat North Carolina. NC State at home is another interesting one. I think like NC State, the home away splits for them, I think are pretty drastic over these past couple of years. I think it's more likely they make a bowl game than win 4 games.
I'm with you. Let's go over because I believe in Brent Key and also
Buster
Faulkner.
Faulkner.
Buster Faulkner are so good. And they're just a dangerous football team too. Unfortunately, Notre Dame game is technically neutral site. It's in Atlanta, but it's at Mercedes-Benz. So that kind of sucks for, I guess, the home crowd and the students there. But it would still be a fun atmosphere, I'm sure. And I would assume there would be a lot of Georgia Tech fans there because it is in Atlanta. But damn it, man, that stretch, week 8 and on, is brutal. Or you're going to have to be at 4 or 5 wins before that because Notre Dame, at Virginia Tech, Miami, NC State, and Georgia, there's a lot of good football teams in there. But now you do get 2 buys to split that all up. So there is possibility where you are fresh in November and not many teams are. And that's where you get your edge there. I'm looking at week 13. 2 buys in 3 weeks is pretty nice to have. Now, will he be a little bit rusty? Potentially. But also, I think he'll take a buy than having to play a game for sure 10 times out of 10 if you're a coaching staff there. So, yeah, let's go over. Let's make a bowl game. And damn it, that's got to be a damn good, excuse my language, a damn good outcome for this team and Brett Key. I think 6-6 doesn't look overly impressive, but looking up and down the schedule, that would be an incredible feat, I think, and building momentum that they have on the recruiting trail as well.
Louisville is a keystone game for many teams in the ACC because I feel like when Louisville fans look at their schedule, they're kind of chalking themselves up as wins against certain teams on their schedule. But I think when other fans of other teams see Louisville on their schedule, they're like, oh, maybe that's a game that we can get. And you know what Louisville was also a beneficiary of last year? A very easy schedule. It was the easiest over bet for us last year, and we smashed it, right? Uh, didn't put the Louisville to win the ACC future out last year. Probably should have done that. But oh well, right? The reality is, Jeff Brom is such a good coach, all right? And this is a great hire for Louisville. You're not going to have elite high end recruiting, but you can do that at Louisville, you know, versus some other places that Jeff Brom's has been at. You're going to get great X's and O's from that guy. Just great X's and O's. And you're going to win some games that you shouldn't win, but you also might lose some games that maybe you shouldn't lose. I look back at Pitt last year as a prime example of that, getting absolutely swallowed up by Pitt, a terrible Pitt team at that. It's interesting. And the schedule this year for them is a lot tougher. And you have Kentucky on the road this year. And Notre Dame on the road, who I know you beat last year, but it's a better Notre Dame team. So this is not as easy of a schedule for Louisville as it was last year. The win total actually reflected that last year. The win total last year was 8.5. And I think a lot of people were surprised by that because you're having year one of your new head coach, but man, the schedule's did them a lot of favors. But they're sitting at around 8.5 once again for these win totals. Can they reach that? Well, you'll have to stick around to find out. And we'll start in this quarterback room, Christopher. Tyler Shuck, is he going to stay healthy? Because if he does, I think he's a pretty good quarterback.
The early reports, and now be careful drinking some Kool-Aid, some red-colored Kool-Aid, right? Cardinal Kool-Aid. But the reports are they love him. And by the way, every college football staff loves Tyler Shuck. He's been around the country, damn it. And everyone's high on him. He keeps getting chances, even though he's been hurt and whatnot. The leadership, the knowledge, the talent level he has, the chemistry with the wide receivers, it's all showing out right now. And that is exciting. And part of that to me has got to be Jeff Brom. And I think we kind of scoffed at Brom when he took Shuck because we're like, okay, you can take a guy with 1 year left who has a ton of injury issues. And I'm looking on the rest of that roster, and it's like, yes, there's a lot of talent in there with Pierce Clarkson and Brady Allen and Harrison Bailey and whatnot, and Deuce Adams, staff loves his potential. But it's like, if Shuck goes down, you're relying on guys who maybe you don't want to be relying on this year. And it is what it is. But I guess there wasn't a ton of elite quarterbacks on the market, and they went on, they got him early, and they love it so far. And I'm happy for him because Shuck deserves it. He's been injured so much. He's so talented, and he is fun to watch. When he is cooking, he is fun to watch. And I think the ACC deserves to have him healthy. And I hope he is, because they could win a lot of football games with him, or they could lose a lot without him. And it's a guy that obviously they're relying a lot upon this offseason or this season.
One guy that I've always been interested in is Brady Allen, because Brady Allen was a highly rated recruit at Purdue when Jeff Brom was there, and he hand selected him at Purdue, and then he hand selected him again to come over to Louisville. And I don't know if he's going to see the field at all, like even as like a backup. Like I don't know what your intel is on who that quarterback number 2 is, but I'm not sure if it's going to be Brady Allen. But I was always curious about the potential of Brady Allen, and I'm just not sure if he's lived up to any sort of that hype. But yeah, you're right. I don't think any of these guys behind, Pierce Clarkson, Bailey, or Brady Allen, I don't think any of them are ready necessarily to play. And I think that's where you could see, the wheels kind of start to fall off the chain, and you're already looking at some attrition in the wide receiver room. Definitely do not want to see attrition at the quarterback position, a position extremely important, obviously in every offense, but Jeff Brom, and he's been able to elevate quarterbacks, throughout his entire tenure being a coach. But a good quarterback has a chance to, do some real good things in a Jeff Brom offense. You don't have to be the best. Jack Plummer played well at
At times.
times. So it wasn't the reason, but also the reason you were really effective is because you had a super effective run game with 2 NFL running backs back there, whom you don't have anymore. And you're looking at Donald Chaney coming over from Miami. I don't think he's going to replace Jawar Jordan and Isaac Guerrero. I think those were 2 different level of talents. Now Donald Chaney is pretty talented in his own right, but I don't think he was going to even start at Miami this upcoming year.
No, well, that Miami room is loaded. It is loaded. But you got Chaney, you got Maurice Turner who's in there, who kind of gives you a little bit different vibe from Chaney in terms of speed and vision. But again, solid, nothing super special there. Like your NFL upside, like Guerrero and Jawar Jordan had. Isaac Brown's going to be a guy that has been turning heads. He's a guy that came in as a 3-star, and he's going to contribute. And I think that staff, they're kind of pushing him. No training wheels on him. They're full steam ahead. He's going to be that third guy in that room. And then it's just about Kejon Brown getting healthy. And then Duke Watson, the future is bright with him for sure, but maybe not in 2024. Regardless, so going to be a drop off, I think. And I think most fans can understand that. You lose 2 NFL guys, Jordan, Guerrero, you're going to see some kind of drop off. And it's up to Chaney and Turner and Brown to how much that is. And especially if you're seeing some losses at the receiving core, right? That just more and more important gets placed on this running back room.
Well, let's talk about the receiving room. Okay, because there's always a dominant receiver in every Jeff Brown offense. There's always one All-American, right? I guess Jamari Thrash was an All-American, but hey, last year, and we were on it first, Jamari Thrash. We were on him early. The year before, we were on Charlie Jones early before everyone else. CD, who's the guy this year that we're high on that's going to absolutely pop off this year? A lot of
Well,
pressure.
damn it could have been Colin Lacey. It really could have been. It sounds like he's out for an extended period of time. He was a guy that was really impressing. He had 1,300 yards, 7 touchdowns last year at South Alabama. It's 5'9" or 5'10", 190. It sounds like a broken collarbone, but don't quote me on that. They don't really give out too much injury specifics. That he was kind of taken down. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully he comes back soon. But in the meantime, yeah, Chris Bell and Ja'Cory Brooks. And
It's going to be one
maybe
of those guys.
Jaden Thompson.
Maybe.
I like Brooks, man. I thought what Brooks did at Alabama was so underrated. He was really, really good as a freshman. He kind of got hurt last year, and he's showing out in camp. I really like his game. Chris Bell is an uber solid kind of player for you. But to me, I think the upside is there with Brooks to be a legit alpha in this offense for Jeff Brown. What say you?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's really tempting to, kind of pin Chris Bell in that light because of what he did in the spring game. But I think Ja'Cory Brooks is just so much more talented, and he's really good. Okay, Ja'Cory Brooks is a phenomenal football player, and I think the loss of Colin Lacey is big. I don't want to call him a volume pig, but I think he was a really good football player last year. I think there were
volume pig is crazy.
look, I
What even is that? You gotta explain it real quick.
well, just like a guy that got targets to get targets
Gets fat
because
on volume.
now they also had Pritchard last year in
Yeah,
in that
Jeremiah,
offense. So
Pritchard.
it wasn't like he was the only guy in that offense that could have gotten the ball, but I do think that I don't think Colin Lacey was the best transfer wide receiver that they brought in on this team, is what I'm really trying to say. I'm not trying to say that Colin Lacey's a bad football player because he's a really good football player, and I think any team would be lucky to have him, especially playing that slot role, which, it's hard to find really elite slot receivers in college football, ones that have already been productive. I'm just trying to say that Ja'Cory Brooks is that dude. And Chris Bell is also effective as well. So I'm still high on those top end guys. Sorry if I mean also yeah, you gotta forgive me because I also called Malik Washington a bowling ball and said he would not be very effective in Virginia's offense last year preseason. And he ended up being
An
probably one of
All-American.
an All American and an NFL drafted receiver. So just forgive me when I say things like that. So just sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm not. So it is what it is. But we own our mistakes, right? Not like some other pundits, some other bozos out there. We live and die with our takes.
We do, and to me, maybe it might even matter if one of those guys steps up and beats an alpha because the tight end group is pretty damn deep and pretty damn good. You got three guys right now that all feel good about trotting out there with the first team with Mark Redmond, Nate Kursky, Jamari Johnson, right? You get the Skinners are behind them as well. Um, yeah, it's a Dylan Mesman, right? The young kid, which he probably won't play too much, but it's a deep room, different bodies. It should be fun. You bring in three transfers. Wow, good for them, right? Good for them.
On the offensive line, first of all, ditto everything that you said. On the offensive line, I mean, you're bringing in a lot of transfers. And last year, you were able to, you brought in Eric Miller as a transfer, and he's gone. And, Eric Miller was a special case because you were able to handpick him from Purdue when he was already there, right? So that's one of those rare situations where you feel pretty good about bringing in a guy like that. Now I think you're relying on some guys that maybe have some question marks, right? Um, I think the guy from Northern Illinois, I think he can play, right? Um, Monroe Mills, is he going to be an upgrade at that tackle spot? He could be. I think he could be. I think Monroe Mills is also a very good football player. We'll see how everything transitions, right? Uh, the other tackle position is where I have my questions. What's it going to look like there? Overall, though, I think this offensive line is going to be pretty good. It could be better than last year's, realistically, if it hits its upside, which, it could be better than last year's offensive line. Now, last year's offensive line was also highlighted by really good running backs, just flying through holes, making guys miss, as being explosive. But I'm not upset with the offensive line room right now. And you would think that bringing in 4 transfers would lead me to believe, like, okay, this was a clear problem in this room, yada yada. I trust, this coaching staff's evaluation of offensive linemen, and I also think that, look, Jeff Brom and his coaching staff have never had a problem developing offensive linemen. They've never had a problem with that. I kind of trust them in this situation. I think they got some pretty decent guys on this offensive line. Is that how you feel, or are you a little bit less optimistic?
No, I'm with you too. And the staff even feels like they got 8 to 9 guys that they could rotate that they feel good about, which again is crazy. Speaks to, maybe the hits that they got in the portal, but also some of the returning guys. Michael Gonzalez is a stud. He is a legit NFL kind of guy. Returns that guard there for him. And then right tackle, we'll see. Mendoza and Miller, right? I like Mendoza in terms of what he could be. Just a big dude. And listen, if they feel comfortable trotting him out there, knowing how important he is to keeping a guy like Shuck healthy, I feel good about that. Absolutely. And knowing that you got depth and versatility behind those starters is very, very nice. And you can feel comfortable sleeping well at night if you're a Louisville fan, I'm sure. Yeah, you mentioned Monroe Mills. If he's an upgrade over Miller, that would be crazy.
It could
Right? Miller
be.
was really, really good. Even if there's a small drop off, I wouldn't mind it at all. I don't think you'll feel that at all.
Yeah, like you mentioned, like with the injury histories of Tyler Shuck, this is very important that this offensive line performs well. And it's also doubly important because your running backs are not the elite ones that you had last year. So, for 2 reasons in your run and pass game, so that things don't fall beneath the floor. This is a room that has to be good, and both of us think that it will be. So I guess that's good news. You head over to the defensive side of the ball. I'm looking at this defensive line, and I'm seeing, I mean, just transfer after transfer after transfer, and guys that were productive at their other schools, maybe a different level, right? For some of these guys, I do think that they have some talent here. Thor Griffith, look, I know he was pretty good at Harvard. maybe he's good. All right, maybe he's good. I think Ashton Gillette is very good. Okay, very good. I think they got some guys in the interior that they like. I like Tell. In the interior at nose, I think he's fine. Right. Hopefully these transfer portal pieces hit. Right. So I think some of these guys were really productive at their old schools. It's going to have to be kind of a wait and see game for me with some of these pieces on the defensive line. And I don't think we're going to find out really until like week 4, right? Because their first 2 weeks, they play Austin P and then they play Jacksonville State. And then week 3 is a bye, right? So I'm not sure. I would actually say it's got a couple good pieces on that offensive line, but I'm not sure if we're really going to see this defensive line get tested until Georgia Tech week 4. And fortunately, that's a home game.
I'm with you here too. We'll see. I like Jordan Garrard. He's a guy that comes from FIU, and he had some nice stuff there in the CUSA. And I know it's the CUSA. I get that. And there's going to be some kind of learning curve for him, but it doesn't have to be elite if you've got, Desmond Tell next to him. Thor Griffith, he's been hurt, so it's kind of tough to get a grasp on him. But you got younger guys like them behind them that are pushing these older transfers. Sadiq Clemens, William Spencer, those are guys that have been making plays in camp. Renee Conga, kind of plays inside out for you at 6'4", 290, coming from Rutgers. Miles Jernigan sounds like they hit on him from Cal. Adonijah Green, he's got a good body, man. He's got a real good body. Don't know if he's quite ready yet, but 6'6", 240, long. Same with Micah Carter, 6'6", 250. Those are good building blocks for the future. I feel pretty good about this group. And it's nice that, like, those transfers, yes, you want them to hit, and they have to hit, sure, but don't have to come in and play elite pieces. You've got good pieces around them that'll make the engine go. You just have to have depth and different guys around them that can keep contributing and kind of feast on maybe the attention that a guy like Gillette and maybe Desmond Tell, brings upon themselves.
In the linebacker room, sure, you lose some guys here in this linebacker room, but I'm okay with a lot of these guys. I mean, TJ Quinn, you get back. He played a lot of significant snaps. I thought Antonio Watts, he played 300 some snaps, but I thought in his time, I thought he was also, I thought he was a guy who was really good. Drew Anthony Davis is a guy they bring in the transfer portal, from Jackson State, who I guess was committed to Texas A&M for, just half a second there. He could be an interesting guy, coming up, uh, from a different level of football, but you know, I'm I'm okay. I'm really okay with this linebacking group. What about you?
Yeah, you mentioned that. It sounds like they feel good about those guys developing behind Quinn and Clark, to give them good depth. Even Davis, pushing for playing time. To me, I look at a guy like Stanquan Clark and being that playmaker, the high upside, making a big jump from year 1 to year 2. A guy that, can really push this group over the top, push this defense over the top in that front seven to pair along with a pretty solid defensive line. Yeah, I like it. I mean, this again, you think of Jeff Brom, you think of good offense, but this defense, man, it's pretty damn good, and they've done a good job, both years they've been here.
Now, when you go to the secondary, I thought it was an okay group last year. I thought it was going to be better than it was last year, but they bring in, I mean, a ton of transfers. This is kind of a theme on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, kind of been a theme in the Jeff Brom era in the 2 years that he's been there at Louisville. But look, get some really good players. Okay, Quincy Riley, Devin Neal, fantastic football players. All right. We'll see what we get from Corey Thornton coming over from UCF. We'll see what we get from Blake Ruffin, a guy coming from Eastern Illinois. I don't know how good he's going to be. Tavian Nicholson, Tamarian McDonald is a guy that I thought was a really good get from Tennessee. The secondary always confuses me because I think there's really good pieces in the secondary that you can get in the portal, but when you bring so many of them in, and this is how I feel about Texas A&M to some degree, where I feel like you bring in some good pieces, in the secondary, but there's something to be said about playing in a different scheme in the secondary. Like things can change pretty quickly in the secondary for you, dependent on scheme. I just we'll see how these guys all fit together. I'm not really ready to bet on this secondary being incredibly good or improved, but I think this can be a plus group on this defense. Is it going to be an elite group? I don't know. I think it can be a plus group. All right, because there are a lot of pieces and a lot of names that I like in this room, but it's got to be a wait and see for me. And I know Louisville fans are going to be upset with that. You have guys with tons of snaps of college football in the secondary, which you love to see. You love to see guys with tons of snaps. There's not enough snaps on this team, right? In this defense, and I'm gonna be cautiously optimistic about the secondary.
Listen, I like the secondary. I am too, and I'm trying to be.
Right,
But I
exactly.
like this group. It's Quincy Riley, and he is a stud. You talked about maybe not being elite. He's an elite football player. We'll see if everyone else around him can match that level or also elevate their game too. Corey Thornton's a guy that they like. Sounds like they hit on him as well as Tavion Nicholson, a guy that Ole Miss wanted pretty bad. I think he was committed there for a little bit. Benjamin Perry comes back. I like him in the slot star position. MJ Griffin's coming back from injury. He's a guy. We'll see how he returns post injury, but again, if he can give you that good stuff, that would be awesome. That would be really, really awesome. And then D'Angelo Hutchinson. I'm so sorry. Sounds like he's playing well in camp as a junior for you to give you some depth. Listen, he took a ton of transfers because you kind of had to. You really did replenish that room, but I mean, it sounds like the early signs are good on a lot of these players, and that's a really good sign. And yes, it's never an ideal thing to take 6 transfers from one position group, but sometimes it is what it is. And if you hit on a couple of them, and the other ones are nice depth pieces, this could be a real special group. Listen, like I know you said, we're cautiously optimistic about cautiously.
Yeah,
But
it could be really
I'll be
good.
one that could be really excited about it. Yep. And you kind of have some time to get settled into it, right? You get 3 weeks, in that bye week, right? To kind of get settled in, and you get a nice test in Haynes King and Eric Singleton coming into town, and then it's kind of off and running with your schedule.
Well, let's talk about then. Week 1, you got Austin Peay at home, without Scotty Walden, so you don't have to worry about that. No, I'm just not that you would worry about him anyways at Austin Peay. Jacksonville State week 2 is an interesting game. One of the more underrated G5 teams, I think, heading into this season. Don't think that's necessarily a true test for you though. Week 3, you get a bye. Georgia Tech, you get at home. Week 4, then Notre Dame, you go on the road to play them. Week 5, SMU, you get at home. Week 6, Week 7 is Virginia on the road. Miami is at home. Week 8, Boston College is on the road. Week 9, Clemson is on the road. Week 10, 11 is a bye week. Week 12, you're going to Stanford. We'll put a bookmark on that one, by the way. Pitt, week 13 at home, and then Kentucky on the road, week 14. The over and win total is at 8. Well, on the show, we're going to pick it at 8. It's at 8.5 in a lot of places. But the truest to even odds that you can get somewhere is 8 at about minus 115 to the over, minus 105 to the under. CD, where are you at with this Louisville team?
I like the over, man. I do. I do not see 7-5. This football unless Shuck is hurt, and this is why I'm not putting my own money on it. But if I got to pick for the show, and I assume all guys stay healthy for the most part, especially at the quarterback position, yeah, give me the over. I mean, even the games, I have a feeling that they're going to give Notre Dame, Clemson, who I'm high on, Miami, who I'm high on, and Kentucky on the road. They're going to give them tough outs, uber tough outs, and yeah, it sucks that listen, all most of those games are on the road, but you can win one, win two, and really compete. It'll be interesting to see which games they do lose and which games they do win in terms of where they end up in the ACC race at the end of the year, because Notre Dame, Kentucky, those are out of conference games that don't count for your, ACC win-loss total, right? So they could just as well be right there in the thick of things, come November where they got, you mentioned Stanford on the road. And listen, I kind of like Stanford this year. Maybe not enough to take him in that game, but definitely to be something where you got to watch out for him, especially across the country. I do love how it's at before a bye or it's after a bye. So you get a bye week to rest after a brutal stretch, and then you can gear up and travel, to Palo Alto and hopefully get a win there in Stanford.
I'm gonna fade you here. And look, I understand the upside
Seven
of
and
this.
five.
I'm gonna fade you on this. I think if I got better odds at 8.5, I would take the under. Believe it or not.
Wow.
Um,
You son of a bitch. You're rooting. You Shuck. Shuck's getting hurt. You just know Shuck's getting hurt.
one, yeah, it's tough to actually put money on an over where Tyler Shuck's the quarterback because you don't know. And I always hate playing like the injury card, with players. But there are some players that are injury prone, and Tyler Shuck is one of them. That's just what it is. I look at the Stanford game. I told you to bookmark that. That is the end of a 4-week road stretch there. And after some, I know you're coming off of a bye, right? But like, 4 weeks where you don't have a home game is what I meant to say. Boston College, then Clemson. I know you get a bye before that Stanford game. Traveling all the way across the country, folks, it's not easy. All right, it's not easy to do. I'm a little bit scared for them in that game, and that's people are going to think I'm crazy, but I'm just paranoid about that game for some reason. I don't think they beat Kentucky on the road. I think Kentucky's a really good football team. We talked about that preview a while back. They're a way better football team than people think. Clemson on the road, I don't think they're winning that. Notre Dame on the road, I don't think they're winning that. I think Miami's beating the piss out of them. So when I look at Notre Dame, Miami, Clemson, Kentucky, I'm already like almost chalking up those 4 losses, and I'm looking at spots like Georgia Tech, and I'm looking at spots like on the road against Stanford. I look at a game like going to Virginia, and I if Tony Muskett's the quarterback there, then obviously Louisville's going to win that game. But I don't feel this Louisville team could still be pretty good. I think some of these players have graded out better than maybe they actually are because of that schedule last year. And I think we saw when they ran into some good football team. Now Notre Dame, they got them. They got them at home. But Notre Dame has some games that they struggle. I'm a little bit skeptical of this Louisville team. Maybe undeservedly so, right? And I would love to see them prove them wrong because I love Jeff Brom. I love Jeff Brom. I think he's a fantastic coach. I think he's what's good about college football. Being an X's and O's guy, elevating programs to win games against programs that are more talented. I love everything about Jeff Brom. Slightly skeptical about this Louisville team and a little bit less optimistic than you. It's a slight lean to the under at 8. If it was 8.5 at a good number, I might consider actually betting it. Let's head over. Look, Mario Cristobal has some stuff to prove, right? Whether people, and I don't think that's even a hot take, really. I mean, this is a guy that is recruited at a high level. He has the talent in the building. He's shown time and time again that he is not a great in-game head coach. And what better year to prove it than with your most talented team? What better time to prove that you can be a good head coach in game than this year when you have a very, very talented team in this Miami at almost every position. You're going to be talented or as talented as anyone else you're going to play on your schedule. I think things are looking up for Mario Cristobal's Miami Hurricanes. And, it's crazy because fading Jeff Brom, like I did in just that last team that we previewed, and then betting on Mario Cristobal has never made anyone money ever. All right. But the year's 2024, and there's conference realignment, and there's talent on this Miami football team.
Listen, I think they're going to be favored in just about every game that they play in, including Florida State week 9 there. I think by the time we get to there, I think Florida State could have a couple losses. I think Miami could damn well be undefeated and pretty highly ranked. as well. Let's just get into it, right? Cam Ward, he is a stud. He is a star. He's the sole reason, well, not sole reason, one of many reasons why I took Washington State's over last year and it didn't work. And I get that. I know a
It
lot of
should
people
have
are like,
though. It
well,
absolutely should have.
do you remember? And speaking of, ups and downs, it is Miami with he was so good. He is so good, and he is showing out in camp. He is everything they wanted him to be. No surprise there. How excited that they were to get him kind of at the 11th hour, where he was entered the portal, he entered the draft, and he came out of the draft, and he was at Miami, and then it was a huge, huge deal after he missed on was it Will Howard and DJU and Eliza. It's like, well, is it going to be Emory Williams? Is he healthy even? And now it's Cam Ward. And now you feel really, really good. And then it's like, well, okay, well, we got Cam Ward. Let's go get Sam Brown and let's go get Damian Martinez and let's make sure our secondary is
Just
good. And
luxury gets all of these.
yeah, it is impressive. But I am so pumped about Cam Ward. Damn it, man. What he did with Josh Kelly can be so excited to what he can do with the talent in this receiving room, especially Xavier Restrepo.
Yeah. Now here's the thing. Here's the thing. Emory Williams, not a great quarterback. I don't know that Poffenbarger or whatever the heck his name is, a guy that I've never seen play football ever in my entire life. I don't know if those guys are effective backup quarterbacks, right?
Dude, I'll say this about Albany. They had a ton of Power 5 transfers. Damn near every conference we've done, and this is our fourth, I guess. This is the last of the Power 4, but they've had a ton of guys go, and he was at Old Dominion before, so I guess he's got some kind of experience. But listen, second team, second team quarterback. He was Walter Payton finalist. Listen, they brought him in, and that's a solid backup. We'll see how it goes, but it's nice not to have to rely upon him, at down to down for right now. Obviously, if Cam Ward gets hurt, the outlook on this team dramatically shifts. It does, because that's how high upside he is. Now, okay, and I have to be the one to do it, unfortunately, but there is some downside with Cam Ward. You see it happen where he does make, some certain plays, some certain throws where it's like, what are you doing there? Why are you taking a sack? Throw the ball away. And it's frustrating, but you take the good with the bad because it is so much good what he can do and elevate a team. And we'll see how he does with a team that has never been as talented as he has had around him, and an offensive line that has never been as good as he has had around him. So it should be fun. I do think Shannon Dawson, he got a lot of hate last year for TVD. I think he's good. I think he's a good coordinator. And I think it'd be interesting to see what he can do with Cam Ward. But you mentioned it. The pressure is on this coaching staff because the talent is there at every position.
Yeah, I think I was a year early on Cam Ward because when he transferred to Washington State originally and moved with Eric Morris, I was like, give me the over on Washington State. 5.5. It was like plus 145. I'm like, now there were other reasons aside from just that, but I thought that was a really key component in why I was making that bet. And then they just had like the best defense that Washington State's ever had in like the last like 20 years. And I'm like, okay, well, so I won that bet, but not for the reason that I necessarily thought it would be, And then the next year, I was like, all right, I'm going to be cautious about Cam Ward. So I stayed away from the over. And then you hit the over on Cam Ward, and he totally was awesome. And we were talking about his Heisman, thing 4 weeks in the season. And then it just totally fell apart. But I just thought that was just funny, just to give people a little historical background of the show and CD and I. The running back room, spectacular. Damian Martinez. That's me pounding the table and moving my camera accidentally because I'm pounding the table for Damian Martinez because he's a fantastic running back. And I said this last year. That was my hot take that he was going to lead the country in rushing last year. That didn't happen. But he was a dang good football player last year. All right. He was really, really effective for Oregon State. Drafted him just about every college fantasy football draft I had. Drafted him in Christopher and I's fantasy football draft that we do every year. He was fantastic for Oregon State. He's a hard runner, gets those yards, but also elusive. So good. And you know what? Yeah, he's fantastic. But Mark Fletcher is also so good too as a compliment. I think they complement each other so well in this running back room. That's not to mention the other really talented pieces that they also have in this running back room that maybe don't have as many snaps as some of these guys above. Um, but it's still pretty solid in the rest of this room as well.
Yeah, AJ Allen is a guy that flashed as a true freshman at Nebraska. And he comes to Miami and he just doesn't quite put it together. Last year, I think he was kind of banged up a little bit. Chris Johnson Jr., he's there as well. Holy cow. And then a couple of true freshmen that are talented. Listen, but it starts and ends with those top two guys. There's a big drop off because of how elite those guys are. Those guys are elite running backs in college football. And it's interesting because you're seeing programs at the top half of college. Okay, at the top of college football who have just silly money to throw around. They're building elite duos at the running back position. It's kind of interesting. And you look at Ohio State there. I mean, Penn State's doing that too. They did that through their own thing. Georgia kind of brought in ETN when they didn't really need him to. So it's interesting because Martinez, you mentioned the luxury. He kind of was because Mark Fletcher was going to be the bell cow this year. And then all of a sudden, I was like, well, we'll get Martinez and we'll have Fletcher kind of split cares with him as well as a 1A, 1B type guy. And I think it's good for both. I think it's good for the offense. I think it's good for Cam Ward. Honestly, I think it gives you an excuse to run the football because you have two elite running backs who are going to be fresh. And sometimes you can get caught just throwing the football around the yard with Cam Ward, and that's awesome. And you take the football out of his hands, but why not if you can give it to Martinez and Fletcher?
Great. Well, let's talk about who Cam Ward's going to be throwing it to as well. Xavier Restrepo is so good. All right. He is so good. I know he's like a slot receiver, and there's not a ton of elite slot receivers in college football these days, but Xavier Restrepo is one of them. 119 targets, 85 receptions, 1,100 yards, 6 touchdowns. He was nuts in just about every game that he played, no matter who was playing quarterback. He was always dependable.
Yeah.
He's a great route runner. He's in the right spots. Redshirt senior, experienced veteran leader. I mean, just checks every single box that you could possibly think of for Xavier Restrepo. And then the other pieces around him are also pretty solid. Jacoby George, that's a guy that I liked that had 800 yards last year. Sam Brown, coming over there from Houston. Fantastic talent, by the way. Great get. Now, you people want to talk about Matt Golden, being the get from Houston, but Sam Brown was fantastic for them last year as well. So I'm very high on that top three.
He was another guy in that spring portal window. I think they brought him in just, again, not necessarily, but again, really nice to have. He's going to be a nice compliment in that room. Isaiah Horton's a guy comes in 6'4", 205. He's been having a good camp as a young kid, this year 3. Sounds like he's taking the next step that he needed to take. And let's let that big arm air out, Cam Ward. And you run under that 6'4", 205, good speed with Horton and just let him go stretch the field vertically, which maybe you don't quite have in Restrepo and Brown. What you got in Horton, which is really, really nice. Ray Joseph is also there as a young kid. You got Trader and Nykar, a couple of young guys, Robbie Washington. Chance Robinson's another talented kid too. I don't expect many of those guys to really be contributing this year. It's mostly going to be probably those top 4 guys and a couple of tight ends, man. This tight end room is pretty exciting. I mean, Cam McCormick is back for 9 college football season, which is crazy. But again, it's nice having a guy in his mid to upper 20s be on your roster so he can block and he could be a leader. And he's had 9 years at a goddamn college weight room. I know he's battled injuries and all that stuff, but it's kind of funny to see. And the Cam McCormick jokes will finally end next year. But again, it's nice to remind me to have him. And then Riley Williams at 6'6", 240. And Elijah Arrow. And then Elijah Lofton. And Jackson Carver's in there too. There's a lot of good weapons for Cam Ward to have. Those guys are having good camps too. And they're showing out. And that's good to see. the full arsenal of this offensive weapon really, really take place.
Yeah, and just ditto everything you said about that tight end room. I'm not going to go repeat everything. I want to move over to the offensive line because I'm looking at my numbers, my notes, and dude, dog, possible dude, dog. That's how I'm going about this. I think you got 5 guys that you really like on this offensive line. And yeah, you lose Matt Lee. That is a huge loss. Matt Lee was a guy that, we talked about NFL draft season being extremely underrated. When they got him from UCF a couple years back, that was a really good get. He's off to the NFL, doing NFL things, whatever. Ryan Rodriguez comes over there at center. He played some meaningful snaps last year. I mean, over 100 snaps. He looked great in all of them. I'm confident. The staff's confident in him. And there's Cooper. Is he going to be the one that's playing guard for them? Probably. I mean, look, Javian Cohen was fine. I think he was a little overrated his entire collegiate career. Uh, I say good riddance. I say bring in Cooper. Louis Cristobal. No, I don't know. I don't know who's going to play that guard spot. My guess would be Ennis Cooper or I don't know, Zach Carpenter. Is he fighting for a guard spot? What's the
I think
intel that you're
Carpenter
getting?
gives you good flexibility to play center and guard. I think he's more fighting for that center spot with Rodriguez. Although I think Rodriguez is probably going to win that, like you said. Samson Okunlola, man, former 5-star kid, recruited as a tackle. He's going to play guard because you've got 2 really good tackles in Francis Noah and Jalen Rivers. And Okunlola's got the ability to do that and slide inside. Damn it, man. That's a really nice piece to have. And you're talking about big, impressive, physical, talented offensive line with a lot of experience, underrated, even though you've got a couple of, you know, year 3, year 2, right guys, but
Guys with
just
snaps.
a lot of snaps. And by the way, if there's one position I do trust Cristobal to coach up, and I do expect to have, it's going to be offensive line. And again, keeping Cam Ward upright because we talked about the quarterback depth, but also buying him time. And what he does so well is extend plays and just throw the football on just ropes onto the sidelines. And what he can do that if they're holding up under center, can wait for plays to develop, and then really get exciting with Shannon Dawson.
Moving over to the defensive side of the football, I mean the defensive line. I mean this could be a pretty smelly group, especially in the pass rushing department. When I look at some of these guys that they're going to be throwing out there at edge, I'm looking at Reuben Bain Jr., who was phenomenal last year as a true freshman, 9 sacks. He was unbelievable. Elijah Alston comes over there from Marshall. He's a guy really stinking good at getting to the quarterback. All right, 5 sacks over there at Marshall. All Sun Belt type level player. Guy who was highly sought after in the portal. Do not be fooled by the fact that he went to Marshall. Elijah Alston is will be a significant contributor to this defensive front. Tyler Barron coming over there from Tennessee had 6 sacks of his own. Now, playing opposite of James Pierce, definitely helps with that department.
But you're gonna be playing opposite Reuben Bain.
Yeah, but exactly. So, like, this edge group is pretty stupid if you ask me. You're just looking at stuff that's so good. And C.J. Clark, just for gigs, just for giggles, you get C.J. Clark in the portal from North Carolina State, who was a very valuable piece, a very valuable one tech in that defense over there for Dave Thorne.
Ridiculous.
Filthy rich in the transfer portal. Not just like guys, sometimes you're like, oh, this is a need. And it was a need for Miami to some degree. Absolutely. But you didn't just get guys who were good. You got guys who were great and guys who were very proven at their respective positions and guys that are going to have immediate impacts on this defense. Getting pass rushers in the transfer portal, like at this level, is pretty rare. Getting an interior player like CJ Clark in the portal is rare. A+ job by this staff acquiring these defensive line transfers. A+.
Well, I'll throw a couple more names out there. How about Simeon Barrow, a guy that was captain and damn good for Michigan State in the interior as well. And you want to talk about recruiting portal well at the defensive line. How about recruiting the high school ranks? Let's talk about Marquise Lightfoot. Let's talk about Booker Pickett. Let's talk about Justin Scott. How about Armando Blunt? How about a bunch of blue chip defensive linemen for you? And the development of Akeem Mesidor, a guy that sounds like he's having a really good camp. He's healthy at 6'3", 280. I mean, oh my goodness. Embarrassment of riches. It is a really, really good group. It probably, if you ask me, it probably rivals Clemson. And I just think the upside is so there with what they can do. And we didn't even talk about Ruben Bain much. He is an incredible, first of all, incredible human being, but also an incredible defensive lineman, defensive end, edge rusher, whatever you want to call him for Miami as a true freshman. And he is a dog. He is a workhorse, a grinder. I I have really high expectations for what he can be. I'm thinking like Will Anderson type, although I don't want to put those expectations on him, but that's to me, that's who he reminds me of when I watch him play.
Yeah, it's not crazy at all. This linebacker group kind of headlined by Francisco Mauigoa. What a good portal get for them last year, by the way. Obviously, brother of offensive lineman and really good football player, Francis Mauigoa, who we, scraped over when we were talking about the offensive line. Um, Good group. I'm gonna say not a great group. I think Jalen Alderman is a guy who had plenty of snaps at Louisville. We didn't even, I guess, talk about his departure there when we were just talking about Louisville just a little bit ago. But um, eh, Alderman isn't. I don't think he's elite. I think he's a fine linebacker. I think this linebacker group is solid, but it's also going to be given a huge bump because that defensive line is pretty nasty. So
Yeah.
I'm okay with having plus guys at linebacker as long as you have plus guys on that defensive line. And now this is one of those teams where we're grading them on a slightly different scale because I mean, look, when I look at their national championship odds, I mean, they're right there in the mix with, A&M, Missouri, Tennessee, Michigan, which, some of you that sounds pretty crazy, but like those are conference championship, competing teams, like playoff potentially competing teams.
Michigan, damn it. Michigan won it all last year.
Yeah, I mean, if Alex Orgy puts together, like, watch out for them. But yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. When I look at, you can get them at plus 6,600 to win the national championship in some places. And people, I'm not going to advise anyone to take that. I don't think I'm going to be taking that, but this is the level of team that we're kind of talking about here. Like, this is a very, very, very good football team. It just so happens that their linebacker group is not my favorite, but it's fine because of that defensive line being really good.
I'm with you there too. I'm with you. And you can if you're kind of dominant everywhere else, plus you're playing a 4-2-5, so it's not like you have a ton of linebackers on the field at once. You just kind of got to have some athletes there that can be in the right spots. That secondary though is that is interesting because you bring in a couple transfers and you feel pretty good about them. Most notably, Yanni Hill, another Marshall guy. That's a cornerback, and the early signs are pretty high on him. And listen, that is nice because I was a little bit concerned at corner and more so in the secondary in general, but more so at corner than it was anywhere else. And you got him and Porter and Richard and Kelly and how about Frederick Jr.? He's a guy. Roman is Frederick Jr. He's a guy that sounds like he's having a good camp so far and could be a real game changer for you, maybe in the future, but also potentially in 2024.
If there was one unit where I would point to and be like, this is not a unit of a national championship team on this team, it's probably this group. I think Elijah Alston's skills transfer differently than Deani Hill's skills at corner. I think it's a much harder transition to play cornerback at a Power 5 level uh, after, I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But I've seen a lot of success stories of really successful pass rushers at the G5 level come up and be also effective pass rushers at the Power 5 level. Sometimes I feel like corner is a very tough position as you go up in the levels, right? Can I propose something that might be crazy? I I know you lose two NFL safeties. All right, James Williams, Cameron
Cam
Kinchens.
Kitchen.
They're not upgrading there by any means. But like I think they had more NFL bodies than really NFL. I won't say film because they did put out some really good film, but
Consistency.
can thank you. That was exactly the right word. I think they had NFL bodies and some NFL film, but I don't think that they had the consistency at times. There were certain games where they just got torched, like, and they were just not in the right positions. And for some reason, that's happened consistently in Miami's secondary these last couple of years, despite having ridiculous pieces in the secondary go to the NFL and have immense success. I'm thinking of Tyreek Stevenson's. I'm thinking of James Williams. I'm thinking of there was a corner a couple years ago, or a pair of corners a couple years ago that went in the NFL draft as well. I just think of all these guys, and I never understood why their secondaries were always, you know, lackluster. Is that the right word? Underwhelming might be a better word. So I'm a little bit cautious about the secondary, but I also want to emphasize. I don't know. People are gonna absolutely rail me for that. I already know that. I already know the comments are gonna like rail me for that. But I do think James Williams and Cam Kinchens were good players. Good players. I think there was some NFL projection that I think, media members kind of put on them and therefore kind of just immediately assume that they're like Tyler Owens is a guy from Texas Tech that I kind of think about in the same way. But I think people are a little bit more aware of the terrible film that Tyler Owens has out there, but of the immense tools that he had at Texas Tech. I think Kitchens and James Williams don't fall in that same category as Tyler Owens. I just think that they had, like I said, I'll say it again, NFL bodies, pretty good film, not as consistent as maybe many people thought. I don't know. Might be the
Yeah.
hottest take of all time, but
Well, listen, they took one look at James Williams and they made him do a linebacker. So I don't think you're crazy at all. And you bring in a guy like Isaiah Taylor. How about Jaden Harris, who's coming in and having a great camp, who might have won his starting job? Uh, can really cover, I think, a little bit better than Kitchens and Williams could. And that was sometimes where you
yes.
felt a little bit slow at times at safety. They were really good tacklers. Those guys had, 130 tackles, but yeah, 108, 140 tackles. But at times I felt like they're just half a second slow and they're like making these touchdown saving tackles. But, maybe if they're just a half a second quicker, they're breaking out the pass or whatever it may be. So, yeah, I'm with you here. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But Michelle Powell, really good from Washington. That was a big time get. Gonna play the nickel, maybe some safety as well. But he's 6'1", 210. Talk about consistency and positional versatility. That's him right there. He can do it all for you back there. Be a leader in your group. Trying to mesh together some new faces and some new pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at the schedule, okay, I project Miami to be a really good football team this year. Okay. When we look at their schedule, I think going to Florida week 1 is really tough. Reminder, by the way, though, they could still lose that game and win the ACC, I think.
Yep. Well, absolutely.
Flashback to 2 years ago. There was a week 1 matchup in Gainesville, against a Florida team that underwhelmed a little bit. Utah traveled over there to Gainesville.
Yep.
They lose to Florida in Gainesville, and then they ended up winning the Pac-12. Right? Just because you lose in Gainesville week 1 does not mean you're a bad football team at all. And I can't wait for the market to overreact and just pound Miami in some games down the road. They play Florida week 1 at home, or sorry, on the road. Florida A&M at home week 2, Ball State at home week 3, South Florida on the road at week 4, Virginia Tech at home week 5, Cal on the road week 6, Week 7's a bye. Week 8, you get Louisville on the road. Florida State at home week 9. Duke week 10 at home. Georgia Tech on the road week 11. You get a bye. Then Wake Forest. Then Syracuse to end the season on the road. So you're telling me their 2 toughest conference games this year are both at home? Their win total is at 9. Yeah, pounding the over. Absolutely taking that one to the counter. I think you could lose to Florida and still go 10-2. I think you could lose to Florida and Florida State and finish 10-2. Like just
They would be so pissed though.
yeah,
Not
they
to
would.
lose 0-2 to the state of Florida. Well, I guess 1-2 with Florida A&M, but
No, but or 2-2 it's South Florida, but yeah, I
oh
really
yeah.
like the dynamics of the schedule. I like where their buys are. I think it's nice having that bye in between that stretch. It's kind of an underrated stretch where they have to play Louisville, Florida State, not Duke, but then Georgia Tech. 2 of those games being on the road. Yeah, I think if they beat Florida in that week 1 game, I think they're going to win out. Although, and I know Virginia Tech is a tough game, but I think getting them at home, more so not getting them in Blacksburg, I think is a big deal. Cal's going to be an interesting one when they travel, but I have a lot of faith in the talent of this Miami team, overwhelming Cal. Now, that hasn't stopped Miami from losing games in the past with Mario Cristobal there at head coach. But I just, at some point, you have a team that is overwhelmingly talented with now this is an outsider's perspective, no visible cultural issues, right? Like you had at some other schools that, didn't achieve what their recruiting rankings said that they were going to achieve. This is a schedule that plays, I think, into their favor, and I am whacking over 9, and you can get that at -125 right now.
The line's at 9. Yeah, give me the over, man. I was picking at 9.5. It don't matter. I'll take that over 9.5 too. I
Yeah.
really don't care. I mean, you mentioned they do have some tough games, but this is a tough team. Like this is a program, and this is a talented team that should be winning these games and expecting to win every single game on their schedule. I think 12-0 is absolutely in the cards. Not to, not to pump you guys up too much, but listen, yeah, for everything we talked about over the last X amount of minutes, it is a damn good team, man. I cannot wait. I hope to make the playoffs because I don't know who wants to see Cam Ward and these guys go, especially with how good they are on the offensive and defensive lines. It should be fun. And this is where we should be in year 3 with Marcus. Well, I know he's got a lot of hate recently, and he gets hate for the Georgia Tech loss and the in-game coaching and whatever it may be. But the reality is they built a really good program here, which is exactly what we thought he was going to do when he got hired in terms of recruiting and talent evaluation and developing a roster. It's just about executing, and I think they have a good coaching staff around him to be able to do so. And it's fun. And I'm glad Miami's back in college football, high expectations and legit talent, because the ACC and college football is much better off for it.
Is Mac Brown washed? That's what people are asking. I mean, the answer is probably yes, but this North Carolina team is heading into an era with Mac Brown, no longer Gene Chizik, Drake May being gone. It's an entirely new North Carolina football team and kind of staff, not really. Look, year 1 without Phil Longo did not go as expected, even though you still averaged like over 30 points a game. You were a top 25 offense in terms of points per game. And you were insanely effective in third down situations, which, aka
It was Drake May scrambling.
AKA Drake May was so freaking good. Yeah, and your defense was just garbage. Gene Chizik is terrible. Saw it from a mile away last year. I mean, we were literally pounding the table for that, like weeks on weeks on weeks.
Scapegoat. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, that was, yeah. If you want to scapegoat North Carolina fans, Gene Chizik was terrible. However, Jeff Collins. I think he's an interesting hire there. It's an interesting hire, something to watch out for. But look, let's talk about the quarterback room first. Max Johnson is not a top half ACC quarterback. And that might be
Are
the
we
most
talking about a
obvious
healthy
state.
Max Johnson? Are we talking
talking about a
a
healthy Max
zero
Johnson.
pocket presence Max Johnson?
I'm talking about all of it, Max Johnson. I'm talking about the slow release time, the holding on to the football too long, the having zero pocket presence awareness, not using the middle of the field despite being 6'5". I mean, I'm talking about all of it. I'm talking about all of it. Not sliding when you need to. I'm talking about all of it. He's not a top half ACC quarterback at all. Like,
No.
did he win the job? Was that official? Because I haven't looked to see.
Well, so it sounds like it's going to be Max Johnson. Mac
I
Brown
mean,
came out and
when
said
he went in the portal, he went there right away. I mean, right away. Like it wasn't even. There was no time to even think about what happened.
Can
He
I
just
say
went.
something? When I saw that happen, because he committed with his brother, right, Jake Johnson, I was more excited for Jake Johnson to enter a really good tight end room than I was for Max Johnson to be the quarterback for North Carolina, because I thought they could have gotten better. And him and Harrell battering out. I like
They didn't
Harrell in
even
the
wait for
future.
like other quarterbacks to like go in the portal. They didn't even wait. They were just like,
No,
"Yep,
I
that's
think
our guy."
they're gonna enter, and this might be a hot take. They're gonna enter Minneapolis, and they're gonna have a worse quarterback than Minnesota does, and that's not where you want to be in college football. It's more about Max Brosman, but it's also we've seen Max Johnson. Like he is who we keep expecting DJU to change. It's like no, DJU is who DJU is. At the same time, like Max Johnson is Max Johnson. But listen, that is okay because you have a really, really good running back. Omarion Hampton is a legit bell cow. He was very good last year. And yeah, I know you don't have Drake May and whatever. You lose a bunch of offensive linemen, but he is really, really good. And Darwin
Barlow.
Barlow is a veteran guy as well. And Gauss, Bullet Gauss, right? Davion Bullet Gauss, he's been a guy that's been super impressive early on. Sounds like he's taken over as that running back 3 spot. So it should be fun. To me, I think the identity is going to change of this offense. Then we
Yeah.
saw it with Drake May and Sam Howell. It kind of has to, right?
Yeah, and I honestly, when I was like doing my numbers with North Carolina and picking their schedule and trying to evaluate this team, like back in May, June, like whenever I thought of North Carolina, like I knew that it was going to be a battle, but I just always assumed that Connor Harrell was going to win the job, right? Like Connor Harrell, former Mr. Alabama football player. I don't know if he was Mr. Alabama, but he won state championship in Alabama. He was a good quarterback. I thought in his limited time last year, I thought he was actually pretty okayly decent. I think he's a really good athlete. I think it gives you way more upside than Max Johnson ever could in this offense. And I'm not always a proponent of just throwing a guy out there that's not ready, right? Just for the sake of giving him reps. But I mean, I feel like you're potentially stealing the development of Connor Harrell, right? Like you were stealing
Yeah.
snaps from him. If you put in Max Johnson, you are stealing snaps from Connor Harrell and potentially his development. And therefore, Mac Brown's going to retire after this year because he does not care about the future of North Carolina.
Well, that's crazy.
No.
Okay.
Maybe 1 plus 1 doesn't equal 4, but I'm just saying there might be some stuff in there that we're not seeing. Because, like, when I look at some of the stuff that Mac Brown's done, I just, dude, I mean, like,
To me, how do you lose all this? Well, listen, here's what I'll say is I think part of it too is you have a lot of top end talent on this team. You've got a couple of All-Americans in Hampton. Nesbitt's really, really good. You've got obviously Kamon Rucker. Des Evans is in his last year. Power Eccles is there. Elijah Hudge is a senior. Couple senior safety duo. Like this is kind of the year, and I think he must feel that Max Johnson gives them the best chance to win this year. And if there's going to be opportunity to make another ACC title game, it's this year because that schedule is terrible. It is terrible in a good way for North Carolina in terms of in
course.
conference. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm with you in terms of, as a Minnesota fan, I would have been a lot more scared if Harrell was coming on than if it was Max Johnson. And also, by the way, and we'll get to it, your offensive line is not very good this year, or it's replacing a lot of guys. And Max Johnson, first of all, he might even get hurt, 4 games in the season anyway, so it might not even matter. And I say that jokingly, but he has terrible pocket presence, which you talked about. So if you're going to have an offensive line that's putting it together, and Minnesota's defensive line is pretty damn good, what are you doing? Just throw him out to the wolves right there, knowing he can't defend himself, with getting the ball out on time and accurately and whatever. And I don't hope I eat my words, but watch me eat my words and watch him carve up Minnesota's defense. And they come into Minneapolis and they
he
get a big
could,
win.
like, every once in a while he has like the game he had against
Gunslinger.
like the Ole Miss game last year, 2 years ago, the Texas A&M game. Like every couple games, like he'll just throw for 350 yards and 4 touchdowns, and while playing on one leg or something like something crazy to the heroic effect of that.
He is not. Dude, he is awesome. But okay, he is awesome to watch though because he's gutsy and he'll stand in there and he'll does it to himself because he sits there so long, but he'll take hits and he'll make throws. And a lot of times that's where he gets into his trouble in terms of throwing interceptions because he gets hit while he's throwing and he's got that lefty slow release and it's just ends up in the air and bad things happen when that happens. But it's going to be, I think, I don't think North Carolina fans remember what it was like because was it Mitch, Sam Howell, to Max Johnson? To Drake May,
To
Max
Johnson.
Here's what I'll say is I think the interior two are a lot more alike than the exterior two. No, that's just the Bears fan and me upset about Mitch Trubisky. But I don't know. I think there's going to be and then everyone knows it's going to be a big difference with May. And I think he covered up a lot of holes on that team.
Yes.
And we'll see. I do think the team around them is a little bit better potentially, but we'll see.
Let's talk about the wide receivers then. Okay. Nate McCollum, missed some games. I think it's fine, right? Like, look, this is I don't have the right word for it. This is an interesting stable of wide receivers. Like, you have, I'll say it again, I use the word pieces, like literally every single freaking time we're talking about any team ever. But Nate McCollum, Kobe Pacer, JJ Jones, look, guys that when they're in the game, they produced at times. Look, Gavin Blackwell. I mean, look, and they didn't go get anyone in the transfer portal, right? Not that they're great evaluators of talent in the transfer portal, anyways. Getting Max Johnson, gosh, sorry. Look, North Carolina fans, just be prepared to be really frustrated watching Max Johnson. Okay, really, like, just teeth grindingly frustrated watching Max Johnson. Like, make sure if you got caps in your tooth, make sure you're just making sure you're not chipping those. All right. But I think the wide receiver group is good enough to where I don't think it's a super concern on this team. Is that how you feel, or are you a little bit more concerned about some of the depth of this wide receiver group?
No, it's pretty solid. You bring back everybody but Walker, right? Tez Walker. So it's McCollum and he really torched Minnesota. Yeah. But McCollum outside of, Minnesota and Syracuse, it was kind of up and down year coming over from Georgia Tech. And so we'll see how he gets going this year with the new quarterbacks. Kobe Passor's, not bad. JJ Jones he's back as well. He's a very good player as well. How about Jordan Shipp and Gavin Blackwell, a couple of young guys? I think there's enough bodies in that room to where they feel pretty good. Is there an alpha? No, but I also think with the running backs and potentially, maybe not an elite offensive line.
Tight ends.
You got good tight ends. So that's where you're kind of going to be coming in from short to intermediate game over the middle of the field, except Max Johnson doesn't like to use that. Regardless, so I'm fine about this room. I'm excited to see a guy like Jordan Shipp play. I don't know how much he'll give you year one, but he's a talented kid. Him and Alex Taylor. So we'll see how it works out. But yeah, I feel pretty good about this group.
Yeah, tight ends, pretty nuts. Bryson Nesbitt, I mean, tight end, wide receiver, basically just a pass catching body, right? Jake Johnson, I think, was a really good get, by the way. Like, Jake Johnson was the number one tight end in his class in 2022. He comes over from Texas A&M, brother of Max Johnson. They had a pretty good repertoire together when they played. I would imagine that uh, he probably gets some more reps blocking. He had some struggles because he was pretty young last year, just in his second year, but now he's put on some more weight. He's a redshirt sophomore, significant year. I think Jake Johnson is set to improve big time, right? And you also have John Koppenhaver, like very good tight end room. Feels like a lot of similar bodies though, like a lot of guys. I don't know if you have that one road grading tight end where if your offensive line, specifically at your tackle position, doesn't pan out that well as you're hoping. I would hope that your tight ends are able to contribute to the run game blocking wise, but I'm not sure if this group is going to be at that level. But we'll see with Jake Johnson and what kind of development we see from him in year 3. Jake Johnson.
I also think it's like if it's 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, and you need to run the football, you like to have an extra body you can bring in, whether it's an offensive tackle or an extra tight end, to come in and add some beef and really run behind. And I don't really see that in the tight end room. And the O line, it is what it is. We'll just see about it because there is a ton of changing pieces, a ton of revolving doors, and still some talent there too with Zach Rice as well. So we'll figure it out. But yeah, the tight end room overall is damn good, and it should be fun for those quarterbacks to be able to use and rely upon as consistent targets. But that wide receiver or that O line group, I'm so sorry. Oh man, what's gonna happen there? So we're thinking about Howard Sampson. We're thinking about Willie Lampkin. You feel pretty good about those guys, I guess. Um,
Do
is
you feel
Austin
good about Howard
Pulaski.
Sampson?
You know what? Sure.
All right, let's be optimistic. Hey,
Yeah.
we've been playing Hate Max Johnson game for a while. Let's be
Yeah.
overly optimistic about this offensive line.
Well, yeah, and so you got Lefkowitz or Leftwich, as a guy that can do a lot of things for you. You got Aiden Banfield as a young true freshman that they really like as an offensive guard, and he's going to crack the lineup somewhere. It depends on where it may be. Maybe left guard. I'm looking at maybe center, probably left guard, but we'll see how early that is and how early he can help you. But then there's Zach Rice, man. I was hoping he was going to take a step this year and really do some damage, live up to that 5-star that he was, right? And it sounds like it's maybe another another year away. Tell me when you've heard that about a line piece on the offensive defensive line, high recruit
from
from
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Regardless, though, you replace 4 or 5 starters and one of your backups. That's 5 of 6 guys. Fuck, man.
No, I'm
Excuse
not
me.
feeling good about it. I can't pretend to be optimistic anymore. Uh, yeah, this was somehow a top 30 offense last year because of Drake May. And, Tez Walker, the late surgence of him, obviously, because of his stupid suspension, was ridiculous. And obviously the emergence of Marion Hampton too, right? Like that was a guy that emerged in the offense. Guys that
Yep.
maybe beat writers, not named us, were a little bit higher on him, and he ended up popping off big time. Yeah, just look at this. I look at his offensive line, and I'm like, is this what it looks like, Mac Brown? Is this really what it looks like? In year
Why in year?
6,
Yeah.
this is what it looks like. It's just a little disappointing, and it was bad last year. and it was not great the year before that either. Yeah, man, I just really, really struggled to be optimistic about this offensive line group. We'll have to see because look, it's going to look good early on, and you or I might get caught into the the trance of possibly watching North Carolina and being like, "Whoa, their offensive line doesn't look too bad." But then you look at their schedule to start the season, and you're like, "Okay, Minnesota, who has Ja Joyner, right? You know, Ja Joyner might make this team look really silly on the offensive line." But then Charlotte, North Carolina Central, James Madison who lost some guys, Duke who lost their entire defensive line. I mean, Pitt's a little Narduzzi, but I don't know if they're going to give him that much trouble. Just not good. I'm not optimistic about this offense at all. And I really hope that maybe they give Connor Harrell some sort of chance. Here's the thing. I'll say Max Johnson might start the season, but Connor Harrell is going to finish the season. I can guarantee that. Guarantee that. So when I'm doing my numbers, I'm still thinking about Connor Harrell being the quarterback for them. So, but let's move on. Let's move on to the defense. You hired Jeff Collins. He's going to run a little 3-3-5. As if your run defense wasn't already a problem enough, right? No, I'm just
Come
kidding.
on.
I know, God, North Carolina fans are going to hate me for this. No. Jeff Collins is a good hire. All right. Jeff Collins is a good defensive mind. We'll see how it fits here on the defensive line. it feels like you have some really nice pieces here on the defensive line. Kamon Rucker, fantastic, fantastic football player. And that's obviously no secret to North Carolina fans. It shouldn't be a secret to anyone who's even casual fans of college football. They should know who Kamon Rucker is. He's a spectacular pass rusher over there for North Carolina. I like pieces like Desmond Evans. I like Bo Atkinson. I like Kevin Hester. Uh, Joshua Harris, I think, is a decent interior guy that they brought over as well. So I feel pretty good about this defensive line. If there was any group on this entire team that I feel good about, maybe one other. I'm okay with the starters on this team. Now, here's the thing. We've seen some late whatever the word that is the opposite of surge for North Carolina the last couple of years, losing your last 4 weeks, the last 2 years. Are you going to have an issue where, you're going to have attrition because you're going to be dependent so heavily on these top level guys for this defensive line that you're early on you might win some games, but you're going to be I guess what's the word?
Like
Haunted
limping.
into. Yeah, are you going to be is Jeff Collins going to be tantalized by the talent that he has there in the top 5, top 4 guys that he's not going to rotate that much, right? And he's just going to leave those guys out there because that's his best options.
Well, they did talk about in terms of that linebacking core. We'll get to it eventually. They want to rotate there too. Listen, I don't know. I mean, first of all, Kamon Rucker doesn't need to come off the field. He has 900 snaps last year, just about. He is damn good, and he didn't slow down really that much throughout the season. What you mentioned guys like Bo Adkins and how can he step up? Jacoby Kawan, it sounds like he's impressing. Jabron Harvey and Tyler Thompson, those are 2 guys that are need to be able to give them reps as well. And then, yeah, Rodney Laura, a guy there in the interior. Where's Travis Shaw? Where's he? When's he going to come out from his hiding, right? So I'm with you in terms of a little concern about the depth there, but I do think there are some names and talent that, we'll see if they get the most out of. They got a new D-line coach, I think, that's working with him, trying to get the best out of guys like Des Edmonds and whatnot. So it'll be up to them to keep those guys fresh, but also put the best guys on their chances to win. And that's also where you got to take care of business too, where if it's Pittsburgh or maybe even Wake Forest, like you just got to put them away early and give your chance to either rest and whatnot and play guys, develop guys, but also keep you guys fresh for the rest of the season.
So you briefly brought up the linebacker group. You lose Cedric Gray, who was, a tackle machine, an NFL prospect, a good football player. You still got Power Eccles, who is very good at the linebacker position. But you got some youth in this room, a sense of inexperience in the rest of the linebacker group, but they didn't really bring anyone in the transfer portal, so uh do we feel good about this linebacker group, or do you think this was negligence?
Listen, it'll be all right. So you don't really
Or
need a ton of guys there with that 3-3-5, 4-2-5, whatever they're going to be playing. So it sounds like Amari Campbell, he's got a broken hand right now, which stinks. But he's wearing a club, and we love our linebackers with clubs, and so he's going to be
yeah.
awesome there. Try to step in for Cedric Gray's absence. And then you got some young guys. We mentioned they wanted to be able to build depth so they could rotate guys and keep guys fresh. I mean, Eccles and Gray played almost 900 snaps each themselves. So that is not where you want to be. And also rely upon guys so heavily in case there is injury and attrition. So Caleb Lavale, he's working at that will linebacker spot. It sounds like the game's slowing down for him. Called a law, excuse me. He's playing well too in camp. They're just continuing to build depth there with some guys, and at least while they're on the younger side for sure, but there's some talent and some athletes in that room to be able to give you some kind of relief or options, for if Power Echoes goes down or if Amari Campbell's hands bothering him and whatnot.
Okay. Um, then let's, I guess, move over to the secondary because I think I think there's some good pieces here. I think you got some good snaps from Elijah Huzzy, who came over there from Eastern Tennessee State last year, and he got you 727 snaps at that cornerback spot, and he was pretty good.
Yeah.
I thought he was okay. I thought he was pretty good. Marcus Allen played 900 snaps for you last year, and he was pretty good. Maybe not the most physical guy in the run game, stepping up, making plays in that aspect, but makes great plays on the ball. Dude, I 7 pass breakups, an interception to boot with that. Now, he did have 40 tackles, but I think also some of that was just players getting to the second level, having to make tackles. So I'm optimistic about, your 2 starting cornerbacks there, and in the safety room, Lane and Harris. I mean, check the box for safeties with experience, which to me is, more important than a safety with just kind of talent. Like I like an experienced safety. So honestly, I feel good about, this top end talent in the secondary. Caleb Cost, true sophomore, playing that star position. I'm liking what this team potentially has. I'm not sure how I feel about the depth of this defensive back room, particularly at the cornerback position. I don't think you have a lot of experience there. You'd be relying on some really young guys, right? If Marcus Allen or Huzzy happen to get hurt, I think you'd have to maybe move some guys around big time to avoid kind of the catastrophe starting some true freshmen before they're ready.
Yeah, I'm with you there too. Allen and Huzzy are a great duo, almost dynamic. Both long, or Allen's really long and athletic, and Huzzy is just really, really good. Uh, they expect both those guys to be your big time corners for them. But yeah, you said Trey Miller, Zion Ferguson, guys like that behind them, they're going to be ready to play before they're probably going to be ready to play. They're going to have to be. So you mentioned moving guys around with whether that's moving Caleb Koss or DeAndre Boykins, over out to the outside or just shifting guys around, playing more zone, whatever it may be. Um, but that's where you also got to have development and the interior at defensive line, not only getting in to third and long, but also being able to get after the quarterback. So corners don't have to cover a ton if those guys are in there, not named Allen and Huzzy. But Allen and Huzzy are a fun duo, and that's you could do a lot worse in college football. And I think Huzzy also returns punts too, and just shows you the athleticism, how much trust they have in him too, to be able to do that.
Yeah, and quick note on Jakeem Harris. He has played a lot of football. If you're looking at stats last year, playing only one game. Look, he's played 800 snaps in 2020, 400 snaps, 500 snaps in 2021. He's played a lot of football. Let's just stay healthy. Let's just stay on the field. Okay. I think he can be pretty decent. I think those four guys can be solid. But yeah, depth is a concern. I think depth is a concern at, I don't think depth is a huge concern on the defensive line, obviously, but I think at certain positions like, offensive line and in the secondary, I think depth is just a little bit of a concern. And I would put linebacker in that category. I don't exactly think that sounded like you were a little bit more optimistic on some of these other backups at the linebacker spot. But, if Power Echols goes down, I think that's a
It's
huge
just a
shot.
drop off.
It's a huge shot to the defense.
Yeah.
I think this is a defense that's kind of relying on a couple superstars, and it's kind of mushy, in other places. I think you got some superstars at that cornerback spots. I think you got a superstar in Power Echols. I think you got a superstar in Kamen Rucker. In some of the other talent that defensive line, I think is also good. I don't know. It's a little suspect to me, to be honest. A little suspect once again. So when I look at this overall win total of 7.5, and here's the thing. This schedule is just absolute baby shit soft. Okay. You get Minnesota on the road in week 1, which by the way, they're not favored in that game. If that tells you anything, like Minnesota's over under win total in the Big Ten is 5.5.
It started at 4.5.
Started at 4.5. Don't put 4.5. So let's just keep going through the schedule. All right. Charlotte at home week 2, North Carolina Central week 3 at home, James Madison week 4. Okay. Those are your out of conference games. All right. All winnable games. You're going to be favored in 3 of them. James Madison has a chance to embarrass you. They really do. New coach in there. They have a chance to embarrass you. Duke on the road. Duke has a chance to embarrass you. Legitimately. All right. I know their defensive line's bad, but if they get aggressive and Max Johnson is still playing quarterback by week 5, it could be a problem.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you, and you know what? Max Johnson might look great those first 4 weeks. He might look great.
But it's coming.
But it's coming. Oh, Josh Joyner coming from the blind side is going to go shatter a couple of his ribs.
Yeah.
Pitt at home week 6, Georgia Tech at home week 7. Week 8, you get a bye. Virginia on the road week 9. Bye week 8. Virginia on the road week 9. Florida State on the road week 10. You get a bye week 11. Wake Forest home week 12. Boston College on the road week 13. NC State at home week 14. Silver and win total 7.5. And I tried every way to take this under and put money on it. I mean, not just take the under because, yeah, I'm on the under. Okay, for picking the show 7.5, I absolutely am on the under. I tried. I just don't see the value personally in getting it at minus or taking the under at minus 105 because of how soft the schedule is. I mean, drawing Pitt, Virginia, Wake Forest, Boston College, Duke, and then having your out of conference be Minnesota, Charlotte, North Carolina Central, and JMU. That's like 9 games that you're going to be, 8 games you're probably going to be favored in.
And you should be favored in 9, although on the road at Minnesota, it is what it is. But they're over on total. And I'm a Minnesota guy. It's 5.5, and I'll be ecstatic if we make a bowl game.
I think it also just kind of shows you, though, how now I'm high on like the quarterbacks in the ACC, obviously not Max Johnson, but the bottom of this ACC is pretty not good.
No.
And I think Minnesota being favored at home against North Carolina is a surefire sign of that. So I'm going to take the under here. I don't think I'm going to bet. I might, if I can find an alt line where like it's worse than 7.5, I might do that. But they should, like you said, they should be favored in like 8 or 9 games this year. So
that's the tough part.
Can't do it. Can't actually lay dough on it. Can't justify it. But man, yeah, I want to. And I'm sorry, North Carolina fans that came in here thinking that, oh, where's the optimism? I'm sorry. Get Mac Brown out of there, and then you'll find some optimism. All right.
Yeah, maybe you can bring Jeff Collins back to ACC head coaching. No, but I'm with you too on the under. I just think a lot of winnable games, but also a lot of losable games. We've seen this happen time and time again. I know every team's different. I get that, but this team, there's no Drake May, there's no Sam Howell, there's no elite weapons to bail you out, and you're just gonna have to play, consistent, solid football for 60 minutes in a lot of these football games to win. And I just don't trust them to do that just yet. Obviously, with the exception of Minnesota, I hope I'm wrong. I really do, but we'll see. We hope a bunch of you guys travel up to Minnesota. I know sounds like a lot of the guys are planning on doing that, which would be awesome. But I don't think it's crazy that North Carolina fans are expecting, a down year. I think they realize that there's some stars on this team, but they also realize there's a lot of big holes and some inconsistencies and guys that need to work out that maybe, haven't quite worked out at other spots before.
And that's it. There's our ACC preview for the 2024 season, part 1. We got a part 2 coming out. Gosh, hopefully a couple days, because the first college football games are on Saturday, so we are gonna have to get this out. But gosh, there's so much effort that goes into these videos, guys, and I wish we could help you understand. But if you do understand, you'll leave a like, you'll consider subscribing, because boy, I mean, did we just go up 20 subscribers today, CD? I mean, that's like
Something like that.
something like that. I mean, y'all are cooking. Y'all are cooking these days. So we appreciate the support so much. It really has brought a smile to our faces, seeing our subscriber count go up by over 100 the last couple weeks, because we did put so much effort in these videos. It actually, it was very important to us that these videos did well. So thank y'all so much for being a part of that. You were a part of that. So thank y'all so much. We appreciate you. CD, anything for us on the way out?
I echo all that. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And let's go, man. Listen, the clock just struck after midnight. It is the 20th. That means we are getting so close. Less than 10 days from week 1. We are less than 4 days from week 0. I cannot wait.
And we'll see y'all in the next one.